a few more people. And so, basically, we will be introducing ourselves this morning using art. On my right, we have this a sketchy art of a tree. And this is my attempted art of getting a tree and some water body. However, we're trying to create the world we want, right? We want a world where we have gender parity. We want a world where there's no hunger. All the good things that you want in the world today, okay? And so the idea is that we have these sheets on the tables of different colors. You are going to think about a resource in this world that we want that you think represents who you are. Is that clear? Should I repeat it? So a resource in the world we want that you think represents you. And then you will draw this resource out. Feel free to cut it out if you want to. And then you would write your name boldly on this resource. Subsequently, we will be pasting it on the art. So if it's grass, if it's fish, if it's a house, whatever resource you feel best describes you is what you are going to draw. And then you add it to the art. Is that okay? So can we spend the next maybe 2 minutes getting our resources ready? So I'm repeating for the purposes of those who... Okay. So we want to create the world we want using art. Okay? So you are supposed to draw a resource that represents who you are. Okay? Feel free to cut it out if you want to. And then afterwards, we are going to stick it onto the art to create the world we want. So hopefully it's clear now. And on our tables, we have sheets, colored sheets. You can use any of them. Yes. And if you need markers, just prompt us. Good morning once again. So welcome, a special welcome to all our online participants. We are introducing ourselves this morning. So if you are online, you can join us by drawing a resource that best describes who you are. And then just take a snapshot of it and share it in the chat box. So for those of us that are done drawing the resources here, we will be giving you some glue for you to stick on the wall. Okay, so the glue is kindly remember to write your names on your drawings. Please write your names on the drawings. Okay, so we have the glue. If you are done, kindly make your way to the art. Can we have a second microphone? Please. So they will do it themselves, but they just need a microphone to tell us the name as they stick it. Yes, your name. You just say your name out loud. Yes. Yeah. Please don't. Hopefully, your drawing should tell us, should speak to us. Please write your name on your drawing. So,
all right. Okay, so what I have here is water. The blue is water, so we see water everywhere. In the skies and on surface, earth surface, we see water as well. And then, what's the word? When we drill down, we find water there as well. And that is the world I want to see women everywhere, being represented at all fronts. Throughout all the intersections, I want to see women represented everywhere. So that is water that we see everywhere in the skies, on surface. Underneath, we also see water. Thank you. I'm Franca.
thank you. Yeah. So let's keep it short as much as possible.
Okay, so I'm Nafisa, and I really love nature. And this actually depicts...
Hello? Can we all be together? Thank you. Yeah.
Okay,
Nafisa.
so this depicts the forest. I pray that we protect our forest, because when we protect our forest, then we have clean water and we have a good life too. So that is what represents me.
Thank you, Nafisa.
My name is Gloria Kankam. My resource is river. And my resource, the resource I represent is river. My journey has been a river journey. I have learned from others so many, meaning the river that keeps moving and has no end. And what I have gained, I'm also handing over so that our river journey as feminists would not end. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria.
Good morning. My name is Lamnatu. This is water for me, and I believe that as a woman, water represents me a lot. Whether domestic or economically, a lot of women use water to do their work. Water also fetches income, even as a country. All the extractives, fuel and all from water. Thank you.
Thank you, Lamna.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Ajwa Sechi, and I decided to draw a tree, a big tree, planted on the river bank.
Hello,
And
can we please listen?
And the meaning is that the tree can never be moved, irrespective of the storm of the river. And if you are strong, no matter how challenges that we are going through, we can survive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajwa. Yes.
Okay. So, I'm Debbie. And what I've drawn here is the gold. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that in the future, I hope women are gold. They are valuable wherever they are. And in the future, I hope that that particular status of what we stand for, the development we bring, the progress we bring, we shining wherever we are placed, would be very reflective across the world. And so that is what I hope.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to ask that we wait for the numbers here to dwindle before more people join, so that we're able to take better pictures.
Okay, so I'm Hafsa to say Sumani. I work with NORSAC in Tamale. I represent a tree here, and for me, a tree with a stronger roots, with a big stem that can accommodate as many women as possible, and also trying to influence others to come on board. So that is what I represent.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hi, good morning. I'm Francisca Sapon. I work with CDD Ghana. I drew water and this. So this is a sanitary pad with the cross in it. So the world I want is a world with no period poverty. A world where women have access to sanitary pads without any taxes or any form of discrimination at all. That's why I read this.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm
Good
Constance. Yes, so I also drew water. I'm afraid it's been overflowed already, but we can all understand why. At this time, our country is facing unprecedented levels of water pollution, and we know that socioculturally, our women and girls have responsibility for collecting water. So I envisage a world in which we'll get cleaner water of all levels and for all kinds of uses. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nina, and I'm visually impaired, so my assistant helped me draw what I described to her. In my opinion, the place of a woman is limitless, boundless. As far as the eyes can see, as far as the sun can shine, up on the mountain, down in the valley, anywhere, persons with disabilities, women everywhere, should be able to access without restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Nina, I'm sorry for this exercise. It wasn't friendly to you, so sorry.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Felicia Masenu. So my drawing is very simple and not very pretty, but I drew a book. And for me, I feel that knowledge is power. And I pray for a world that everybody is educated, both men and women have knowledge to navigate the realities of their lives and also to be open-minded enough to understand the issues that we are always fighting for. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Good morning, everybody.
Good
Please,
morning.
I'm Hassan Habiba. I drew a bird because most of we ladies, we usually don't have the opportunity. I want everybody to be free, to be able to fly to any standard you as a girl child, you want to be able to see yourself in the next few years. So I drew a bird representing everybody has the opportunity to fly and to be free from everything you want to do in this world. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, my name is Alice Bisiba Najombe, and I drew stars, which I painted with red in it. And then the stars is representing women. Women are very precious human beings, and we need to brighten every corner that we find ourselves. The red in it is showing projection. Everywhere that we find ourselves, we must be seen. And then the blue line here is water. Water is needed by everyone and in everything. So as women, we need to be needed and not to be wanted. So everywhere that we find ourselves, we must be seen as women. And with that confidence and that kind of potential that not only the men, only what men can do, everything that men can do, women can also do. So for that matter, we must be needed in every corner that we find ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have most people have introduced themselves. Yes. So thank you very much. Our online participants, do we have any pictures there to share?
No, but I don't have. Good morning to everyone. Unfortunately, I'm not in Accra. I should have joined online. So I'm joining online. This is Mary.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us online, Mary. Did anybody have a drawing that they wanted to share with us online? If not, we would like to say thank you all for joining us. And once again, welcome to the National Feminist Forum 2022. The theme for this year's National Feminist Forum is Enhancing Activism in the Women's Movement, Mobilizing for Inclusion and Diversity. It's going to be a 2-day event that starts today, the 26th of October, and hopefully, God willing, tomorrow, 27th of October, will be the second day. So once again, thanks to Network for Women's Rights in Ghana, NetRight, for putting this together. Thanks to Plan International, Ghana, especially the WVL project, which is a Women's Voice and Leadership project, and Global Affairs Canada for supporting this. And so we would like to proceed by giving the opportunity to some of our invited guests to give us some welcome remarks. It will be brief because we have the next 30 minutes to do this. So I'd like to plead that as much as possible, we keep it short and somebody will say, and romantic. So, I would like to first of all call Patricia Blankson Akapo of Netright to give us the welcome remarks. Please, let's give her a round of applause. A round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fatih. And please, when you check the program, you'll find the welcome remarks in the program. On behalf of the leadership of the Network for Women's Rights in Ghana, I welcome you to the National Feminist Forum for 2022. The first Feminist Forum was held in 2007 after the African Feminist Forum in 2006, which was held in Accra and produced the African Feminist Charter. At the African Feminist Forum in 2006, feminists in Africa committed to organizing country-level feminist forums, with Netright committing to hosting the Ghana Feminist Forum. And we started in 2007. But I have to also admit that we've not been able to do it every year. With a current membership of 130 organizations and 229 individuals across the country, Netright, since its formation in November 1999, continues to create spaces for debate, discussion, and clearer articulation of different positions within the Ghana women's movement on women's rights, gender equality, and development issues. As a commitment maker and member of the Feminist Movements and Leadership Action Coalition, Netright sees the hosting of the Feminist Forum as part of its commitment to provide safe and meaningful space for feminist discourse. And I believe all of us here in this room know about the Action Coalitions, know about the Generation Equality Forum. I hope we all do. If we call ourselves feminists, then I believe we are all aware. As a country with only a few institutionalized support systems, COVID-19 has exacerbated the existing gender inequalities in all sectors, widened the digital divide between men and women, and rolled back hard-won gains. With the glaring gender inequalities that existed prior to the pandemic, it was expected that measures instituted by the government will be gender-sensitive to protect gains made over the period regarding gender parity. However, COVID-19 measures were largely gender-blind, despite the 50.7% female share of the population and the cultural norms that discriminate against women and girls in all sectors. The low representation of women in politics and governance, women's overburden on paid care work, alarming levels of violence against women and girls. The recent data by the Population and Housing Census, which shows that 79,733 girls aged 12 and 17 have been in an union, and that's either they are married or living together with a man. 244,731 girls aged between 6 and 14 years have never attended school, and 3 out of 4 girls not attending school living in rural areas must be a source of concern to all. As feminists, we must equally be concerned about the current economic situation that we find ourselves in as a country. High fuel and food prices, inflation, IMF bailout, among others. Galamsey, is it 2 or 3 days ago, there was a news that a toilet caved in and a young woman died because because of the work of galamseyers. And if we are feminists, then this should also be our concern. It has been argued that pursuing gender equality results in economic dividends, and that Africa could get a 10% GDP bump by 2025 by driving gender equality. By bringing the idea to the country level, Ghana has a tremendous opportunity to accelerate GDP growth by pursuing policies to accelerate women's empowerment. However, to seize this opportunity effectively, gender equality must be mainstreamed into all of Ghana's development policies. We have an affirmative action that has been there, I don't know how long. We've heard the speaker saying that for our international image, we need to pass the affirmative action bill. But my worry is that, are we just scoring? So for our international image, we have to pass the affirmative action bill, or we are really committed to promoting gender equality in this country? Because it seems we are more interested in our image at the international level. So it's kind of we just have to score some points. And I don't think that should be the way to go. The socio-cultural and economic well-being of women, who are 50.7% of the nation's population, cannot be taken for granted if Ghana wants to ensure an all-inclusive developmental growth. Gender equality and women's rights remain not only a moral imperative, but also a pragmatic priority for effective and sustainable development. We have come a long way, and I believe this two-day forum will allow us to take a critical look at our work as feminists, assess institutions mandated to advance women's empowerment and gender equality, and strategize towards an inclusive, evidence-based advocacy to demand for gender transformative reforms. We are grateful to Plan International Ghana and Global Affairs Canada for the funding support. And Louis is here. Louis, so you extend our appreciation to Global Affairs Canada. And we also have Patricia Isel here. So to Plan Ghana, Plan International Ghana, and also Plan International Canada for the support. And the WVL initiative, which seeks to support women rights organizations to undertake the important work that they do. Once again, welcome to the 2022 National Feminist Forum. I wish all of us fruitful deliberations. Let us continue to work together to advance gender equality, women's empowerment, and push for feminist principles to advance the cause of women, girls, and the marginalized. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patricia. And I think today, how many Patricias do we have here? But we would like to invite the project lead for the Women's Voice and Leadership Program project, Patricia Essel, to give us brief remarks. Afterwards, she will introduce her boss, Louisa, and then she will equally give us some few remarks. Thank you. Please give her a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Fati, and good morning to everyone. I bring you greetings from our country director, management, staff, and of Plan International Ghana. It is indeed a great privilege for us to partner with NetRight and many WROs here in Ghana that the WVL project is supporting. Taking a glance at the theme for today, enhancing activism in the women's rights movement, mobilizing for inclusion and diversity, the theme itself speaks volume. If you take each word in it, it has so many things inside that we can unpack and unpack. Each word plays a very critical role in contributing to the enhancement of women's rights, which is one of the key objectives of the Women's Voice and Leadership Project. For example, if you take inclusion and diversity as one of the feminist principles which underpins WVL project, it ensures that no one is left behind in the gender equality journey. Everyone is inclusive, irrespective of whether you are the one doing the fight or the one being fight for. As we all know, a lot of effort is being put in by individual women's rights organizations to enhance sociocultural and economic well-being of women. In times like this and beyond, we would like to compliment all individuals and movements and organizations that are building movements like NetRight that have common goal to focus on to ensure that we achieve gender equality. This is indeed one of the main focus that birthed the WVL project. So having a women's rights organization like NetRight serving as an umbrella under which many women's rights organizations can come together as one with unifying voice gives so much hope to the project and women's rights movement in Ghana. A strong women's rights movement is a step in the right direction towards achieving Plan International's current global strategy, which is all girls standing strong, creating a global change. Plan International Ghana and Canada, in the implementation of the WVL project, that is an initiative supported by Global Affairs Canada that aims to support the capacity and activities of local women's rights organizations and movements to empower women and girls, advance protection of their rights, and achieve gender equality in Ghana. As a humanitarian organization, Plan International strives for a just world that advances children's rights and equality of girls, young women, and women with focus on gender transformative programming. Working together, we create a world where young women, girls, and women know and exercise the right of living in safe space and living the life they choose. A network of supporters, community staff, partners, and donors, all supporting young girls, women to stand strong as they learn, lead, decide, and thrive. The objectives of this forum, such as discussing the critical issues affecting women's movement and strategizing to increase and sustain activism to push for transformative reform, develop an inclusive agenda which integrates the voice of both the older and the younger generation from different societal classes and across different generations. We are happy to be part of this process and to partner, not just supporting, but be part of the journey through. We all agree with me that it is no longer a secret the numerous challenges that face women today. As we deliberate in today's forum, let us all feel free as feminists to participate fully in the forum by identifying some of these key challenges and also think through how feminist agenda can be advanced across all levels of lives in our nation. I'm grateful for this opportunity once again, and then I can't take my seat without saying another big thank you to Global Affairs for their support, because we all know that they believe that for poverty to be reduced, for gender equality to be attained, monies or financing has to go directly to those who need them in order to implement, because they know what is happening on the ground and they would say do what is needed and best to achieve the needed impact. On that note, I think I have the singular honor to gladly introduce Lois Paris, who is the Counselor and Deputy Director, Development Program of Global Affairs Canada, for some few remarks as well. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Let me first start by saying that I was not expecting to speak this morning, and I'll explain why, but I can still say a few words. And I would start by saying that the only reason why I have a microphone and I'm speaking to all of you at the moment, it's basically because I was born in a country that has the privilege of having access to more resources, and then we can share some of those resources. I take it as a solidarity duty to use these resources to help out the feminist movement in other countries, and I'm particularly lucky that it's also the view of my government, so we are aligned. I can, in my job, do something I really believe in. I believe in feminism since I was 5 years old. It's true. I didn't know the word at that time. I didn't know the concept at all, but I had the feminist feeling very well ingrained in me in kindergarten when I was forbidden to use some of the toys because they were boys' toys, and I was pushed to do other things, go play with the dolls, and if I'm not playing with the dolls, I'm not going to be a good mother. Well, I breastfed my 2 kids for 3 years each, so I think that I didn't need to play with dolls to be a good mother. So that apart, I think that I'm here mainly to listen, not to talk. I'm here to see things, not to be seen, because if we want to support you correctly, we need to know where you need help, what we can do to improve the way we support you. So I'm really happy to be here today to be able to listen to as many people as possible, to different views, and to bring that back so that we can improve our support. So yeah, just thank you for having me and accepting to share with me those views. And just on the tension between diversity and unity, I think we all have to keep in mind that for a movement to be strong, it has to be united. But to be united, it has to make space for diversity, but not just diversity of the type of people, diversity of opinions too. That's what makes something strong, democratic, and vivid. So I wish you a very good day. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. So inclusion and diversity of not just the people, but also of opinions is key. And I think that this is one of the key things that NetRight as a network is seeking to do, creating the spaces where we are bridging the intergenerational gap, but also we are seeing how we can enhance inclusivity as well as diversity. Thank you very much, Lois. I would like to introduce another woman. Sorry if I butcher the name. She is the Senior Gender Advisor at UN Women, and she is Tolulupe Louise Tamoka. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Thank you so much. And you didn't butcher my name, by the way, so well done. Yes, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you all this morning. And when you started the exercise this morning about the resource, I think for me, the greatest resource is women. I guess that goes without saying. Women in this room, women around the world, and for us at UN Women, really that's the foundation of our work, of our existence, of the mandate of the organization. So it's a pleasure to be with you this morning. Thank you, NetRight, for inviting me to be part of this meeting. Incidentally, I'm in Ghana for a short time, so I'm so glad that the timing afforded me the opportunity to participate in this feminist forum. Also because for me, Ghana is significant for my own feminist journey. I remember some 23 years ago when I was here under the Akina Mamawa program, then it was, where we had, young women from around Africa looking at feminist leadership in the continent, on the continent, in the region. And then we had President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. She wasn't president then, also inspired us. And for me, those memories are very significant for me in my own personal journey. So I'd like to then go back to my organization, UN Women, and talk about feminism and how feminism, especially the women's movement organizing, has created some very pivotal moments globally. For us as UN Women, the feminist movement, the role of women's groups across the globe, Africa playing a significant role too, led to the establishment of the organization itself in 2011, where as part of the UN reforms at the time, brought the merger of 4 different entities working separately across the UN on gender equality together to establish what we now know as UN Women. So I used to be in one of the former organizations, which was called UNIFEM, which was the programmatic arm of the UN at the time, the only organization in the UN that had roots across the different countries. So the voice of civil society has continued to remain important for UN Women in everything that we do. I can also overemphasize the role of women's groups, the feminist movement, in advocating for the CEDAW, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the Beijing Platform for Action, the Beijing conferences that have been held since then, and the very important one that happened in 2011 that led to the birth of Generation Equality and the Action Coalitions, as Patricia has also mentioned this morning. Again, the UN Security Council resolutions 1325 and the several others that have evolved since then are also very much the work of the feminist movement, the women's groups who have pushed the Security Council to put into place really strong resolutions that really puts women at the heart of peace and security. And that has yielded benefits. We might not be exactly where we want to be today, but having those resolutions that we can use to advocate for change are very important. Again, the Me Too movement, also very important turning point globally, led by Tarana Burke, and also brought into light in 2017 by the actress Alyssa Milano, has also sparked global solidarity from women around the world who have been silent around the experiences of sexual assault, sexual abuse. So again, that was a really pivotal moment for women around the world. I mentioned the Generation Equality Forum in 2021 and the 6 Action Coalitions, and NetRight being very important to the Action Coalition on feminist movement and leadership. And I was even wondering, have you, the members of the Action Coalition in Ghana, gotten together? Because I think it's a small group and it could be a good thing to do, following up on how these commitments have been actualized. So I'm very pleased that NetRight, in actualizing this commitment, has brought the movement together over these next 2 days. So well done for that. Again, another critical moment for the feminist movement is around ending violence against women. And it's significant that this year, the 16 days of activism, the theme this year is about activism to end violence against women. So it's a recognition of the work of the feminist movement and the need to support them, to celebrate the work despite the pushback that has been received by women's groups around the world. The fact that women's movement is still at the front of pushing to end violence against women is recognized by the Unite campaign this year. And so the theme is actually very concise, very short, but very much focused on supporting the feminist movement to address gender-based violence. And for us as UN Women, we've had the Spotlight Initiative to end violence against women, which has been supported by the EU. It's a whole UN-led initiative. We've also had the UN Trust Fund that have specific windows that respond to the activities and the initiatives from the feminist movement, from women's rights organizations and all. So this way, there's a particular focus on enhancing the capacity and bringing the voice of the movement into global issues. I mentioned some challenges because all of this is not without challenges and pushback. We've seen that there's been a rise of anti-rights movements, including anti-feminist groups. We have the Commission on the Status of Women, which happen every year, and we've seen these anti-rights movements actually raising their voices much ever than we've had before at this CSW meeting. So there's no doubt that there is significant pushback that the world is seeing. We've also seen regressive laws, judgments. For us, Roe versus Wade is one where we're beginning to interrogate how women's reproductive rights are impacted as a result of this decision. And we're also seeing, in some countries, withdrawals from international conventions. We've seen withdrawal of some countries from the Istanbul Convention. This is the Council of Europe's Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence against Women and Domestic Violence. So this is very surprising that this is happening around the world. And the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders has really pointed out in her latest report that we're seeing an increasing level of hate speech, discrimination, and dissemination of personal or intimate information and defamation through online means are being faced by women's rights defenders around the world. So this is really significant call for attention as to the challenges that the women's movement face. The last challenge that I'd like to point to as part of my reflections today, I think we all know it, and I have really seen it in my short time, this time around in Ghana. And this is the fact that the work of the women's movement continues to be unappreciated and undervalued. Just to give you some statistics, between 2017 and 2018, women's organizations have received only 0.2% of the total bilateral aid in fragile and conflict-affected countries. And here also in Ghana, I did see the fantastic work women's organizations are doing. I visited some of their offices as well, and I do see that they struggle with resources to do the important work that they have to do. And compared with the mainstream civil society organizations, I can see there's a huge difference. They are underfunded, they are under-resourced. So really, my heart goes out to all of you sitting in this room, knowing that with very little means, you're doing so much. So congratulations and well done for the excellent work you're doing. So for me, I see some emerging priorities that are not only relevant to the world, but also relevant to Ghana. And I would list some of them. The list is not exhaustive. But the need to have predictable, accessible, and flexible funding is key. And I'm glad that Canada is here listening and already offering their support to this important work. And we hope that that will continue. Plan as well. Thank you so much for putting your weight behind this meeting today. Also, the importance of facilitating mechanisms to remove restrictions to women to engage in political dialogue and access to high-level decision-making spaces. And this morning, Patricia mentioned the Affirmative Action Bill. This is also a significant moment in the history of Ghana. We know the bill has been long waiting, but how do we get behind this important opportunity for the bill to be represented? No matter what it is couched behind, let's see how to ensure that with the coalitions that have already been formed and exist we can actually see some progress with regards to the passage of the bill. I think that is very important for us in Ghana. Again, supporting national action plans. I mentioned 1325. The implementation of these national action plans is one to which the women's movement continues to be important to advocate and to push for their implementation. And working multi-sectorally and at all levels. And I think this is very important that, we need to join our voices together. The voices are very small, but, even if you're working on women's economic empowerment, issues around political participation are still critical for you to engage with. So let's work across the different sectors, because if we look at the SDGs, they're interrelated and gender cuts across all of them. Again, regional organizing. So Ghana is not alone. It's part of the continent. Very soon, the Africa Women's Leadership Network will be launched in Ghana. It's going to be part of an existing group of Aulin chapters. We have Bernice here, who is working as a member of the team to pull this together. And I think it could be a really important contribution whereby Ghana continues to also lend its voice into the regional space across the continent. The group is supported by the UN and the AU, and I think it offers an important opportunity for solidarity also to and from Ghana to Africa. Again, very critical is leaving no one behind. Women with disabilities, special needs. Again, we must, in everything we do, put them front and center of our activism, our work, and we must hear their own voices as well in these spaces. Two last points before I close is the protection of women's rights defenders. As I mentioned, there's a lot of pushback, so how do we ensure that working in this difficult space, you are protected and you do not come to harm? I think over the course of these 2 days, it will be good to provide some space to reflect around the protection of women's rights defenders. And the last point I wanted to make is around intergenerational dialogues. The voices of young people, very important. Again, the feminist movement might not be doing so well in terms of bringing those young voices along, but I think this is a time for us to reflect as to how to ensure that the next generation can continue to carry these messages forward and using these new spaces and platforms that they know so well, social media and all. So I think I would wrap it up there this morning, but thank you again for having me. And I look forward to learning about the outcomes from this meeting. I would not be able to be here for the 2 days, but I really wish you very fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we would like to give all the speakers a clap, the wow clap. I think you remember the wow clap, right? So we're going to start using my action. So if the action is small, the wow will become small. And as my actions become bigger, you equally increase the wow. Is that okay? Okay, so we're starting. Okay, thank you all very much. As we proceed, we will be introducing more people, but I would like to acknowledge the presence of Auntie Amida Harrison, Dr. Skoka up here. I've seen Pauline at the back, and as and when more people come, we will be acknowledging them. Thank you. So we would like to listen to spoken word by Abna Awukulabi. It's a recorded audio visual for us. I don't know if it's ready. Okay, so, and I think that these are some of the things that we're hoping that we can incorporate often to attract more of the younger one and try to bridge the intergenerational gap. So let's celebrate each other in all our diversities. Thank you.
Woman, revolt. Let your very existence defy the world. Revolt, summon against tyranny. Speak against silence. Move against sorrow. Protest against anarchy. Revolt. Shed your skin to beat drums. It is time for war. Hashtag my body, my choice. Hashtag no means no. Hashtag care work is paid work. Hashtag equal pay. Revolt. Today, we choose our future. We chart our path. Wear the hijab. Let down your hair. Paint your face. Live your truth. Revolt. Dig gullies in your hair. Clasp your crowns. You are a queen. We will love freely. Yes. We will chase the sun. Indeed, we will tear down the patriarchy. Yes, we rule the world. Yes. Revolt. Today we seize power from the oppressor. The government has no gender, no. And power has no color, no. And agency has no body, no. Democracy is for all, yes. Revolt. And this is the circle of life, that one revolution ends where another begins. This is the march of independence. 1 pound warms another. This is the dream of freedom, standing atop the shoulders of giants. We will turn against the tide together, you and I. We will march side by side, chanting the song of freedom. 1, 2, 10,000 melodious different voices. We will turn against the tide together, you and I. Revolt. And so we raise a glass to the woman, to her power. Here is to the fighter and the frontliner, the homemaker, the sister's keeper, the mother, the boss, the founder, the force. Here is to those that died so we could live. Cheers. To those that fell so we could stand. Cheers. To those that walked so we could run. Cheers. And here is to the woman in me and the woman in you. We are woman. We are the power. Woman, revolt.
Thank you very, very much. I think that was inspiring, wasn't it? Yeah. Yes, 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 yes. So cheers to us all. Yes. So we would like to take a group picture and then break for snack. We are not doing too well with time, so I would like to suggest that after the group picture, we can quickly pick our snacks and then get back to our seats so that we can catch up with time. So the picture I suggest would be here in front so that the banner appears. and then we can quickly arrange this, if that's okay. Okay, so thank you very much. So please, if we can try to find our ways to stand behind these chairs. I don't know if we will fit, but we'll try something out. And then probably we would add more chairs to these seats to get some of us seated as well. Hello, our online participants. Please, if you can turn on your camera, kindly do so that we equally have a group picture online. So online participants, if you are able to turn on your camera, please do so.
With us.
Yeah, lovely to see you all online. Thank you so much for joining us. I've seen Mary. I've seen Prof. Techua. I've seen, who? Juliana. Thank you all for making time to join us online. Our IT team, have you been able to take the group picture online for the online participants? So please, let's grab our snacks.
Don't do that, then you will not be coming.
Let's grab our snacks and then kindly return to our seats.
Just agree and agree. Yeah, oh, but sir, ma'am, no. But you are, we are on time actually. We are on time. I know, I just realized if we follow that, we could. You are becoming a professional and how do we say yes?
Yes. So,
Do we have an empty space? Yes. That one is.
please grab your snacks.
Fatih, will this come?
Let's arrange this first so that we can see what Hello, our online users. If you need to quickly grab something, you can, and then we would start at 10:30 a.m. Online users, if you need to quickly grab a snack as well or use the bathroom, you can do that. We will start at 10:30 a.m. Thank you. This will need to still move out, because of, I don't know if you can help me bring it this way, I was causing financial constraint. Is that okay? Or should I make it like a U shape? diversity. So we would be taking a presentation. The presentation will look at advancing women's rights and gender equality in Ghana, the journey so far. This is an opportunity for us to get to know how the struggle has been, how it started, where we are now, what do we need to do going forward. And this will be a 15-minute presentation by the convener of Women's Manifesto Coalition, Madam Hamida Harrison. Please, let's give her a round of applause. Please, we just ate, but the clap looks like a sick. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fatih. Good morning, everybody, and very happy to be here. I'm glad to see friends and also to be making new ones. They have said 15 minutes, but they know me, I talk a lot, so they can't restrict me. Good morning. So we are talking about advancing women's rights and gender equality in Ghana. In Ghana, the process of women organizing for social improvement goes a long way in history. Women have long engaged in social, political, and economic concerns within their respective communities, despite colonial and the numerous post-colonial authoritative military regimes. These processes have all been extensively documented by our sisters in academia, Professors Techua Menu, Georgie Chikata, Akosua Adumako Ampofo, Akosua Dakwa, Agnes Apusiga, and many others. There is even a recently produced documentary, a result of collaboration between the Institute of African Studies, University of Ghana, and the Department of African Studies and Anthropology, University of Birmingham in the UK, showing how women organizations and campaigns have long been part of Ghana's national history. While many of these organizations were apolitical and some partisan, they did set the tone for the advancement of the struggle for women's empowerment and advancement. The intensification of women's agency and advocacy towards women's rights and gender equality and equity became much more pronounced with the introduction of constitutionality and democratic dispensation. In the early 90s, after years of military dictatorship. This period saw the birth of many women's rights organizations, including Abantu for Development, Gender Studies and Human Rights Documentation Center, Netright, WISE, ACT Foundation, affiliates of international and continental organizations like FIDA, WILDAF, and AULA, and many others that are numerous to mention. These organizations departed from the era of subdued activism, represented by women's groups whose operations hardly questioned women's social positioning and the nature and magnitude of inequalities, and how these inequalities affect the various dimensions of women's productive lives in Ghana as citizens. So these organizations were alarmed by the high levels of poverty among women after years of IMF structural adjustment economic frameworks, the withdrawal by the state of gender-friendly policies, increased levels of gender-based violence, failure to facilitate women's access to livelihood resources, and the low participation and representation of women in decision-making. In addition, women's rights groups were encouraged by the growth of the global women's movement and very much influenced by the women's empowerment definition by feminist scholars, which focused on transforming power relations to the advantage of women's rights and an increase in gender equality, equity, and social justice. The growth of the women's movement around the world, influenced by internationally agreed protocols and conventions like CEDAW, Beijing Platform for Action, other regional protocols on the promotion of gender equality from the international community, continental and regional institutions, has been instrumental. These protocols, conventions, and agreements have been instrumental in creating a powerful lobbying mechanism used by women here in Ghana. We use CEDAW, we use Beijing Platform for Action, the African Union, Maputo Protocol, and all those in our own context, and has contributed to creating women's presence in both formal and informal spaces of leadership and increased visibility. Women's rights groups as instruments of change have focused on social mobilization, political empowerment, capacity and skills building policy influencing and advocating for legislative reforms to advance women's rights and gender equality. They have done so in order to enable women to continuously examine, scrutinize, interrogate, and challenge processes that perpetuate structural inequalities, especially those that work to exclude and marginalize women in processes of development. This has made it possible for many more women to be conscious. All of us, we didn't know that we have rights. We didn't know that we are equal citizens of this nation. So it made us conscious of the power inequalities in society and ready to organize. So we got ready to organize from the south to the north and make life-determining decisions to bring about changes that would address the unjust and unequal national arrangements. Why is it that we are not there where decisions are made? We started questioning. Why is it low representation in parliament? That we had only one woman at one time, the late Hawa Yakubu in parliament, representing 52% of the population of women in this country. So we started asking questions. So as we start interrogating the arrangements, national arrangements that excluded us. We set to work strategic initiatives that have helped advance the cause of women's rights and gender equality in this country. There are many more, but here, because they have limited me in my time, I have selected very few. Good. The national mobilization of women and other stakeholders from all the regions of Ghana for the development and production of the Women's Manifesto for Ghana. In 2004, was a watershed action that sought to influence gender dynamics in the expression of equal citizenship at national and community level for women. That document is a unique proclamation of the inherent dignity and equal rights of all marginalized people, especially women, remains the most important reference point for national discussion in the promotion of women's rights and gender equality. The second point that I want to mention here is the formation of a loosely networked group of women's rights coalitions that actually make up the women's movement in Ghana. The collaboration of NetRight, Domestic Violence Coalition, DV Coalition, the Women's Manifesto Coalition, and the Affirmative Action Bill Coalition is far more than people just collaborating, but has developed a culture that directly fosters commitment and responsiveness to challenges facing women in pursuit of gender equality and gender justice. This has given us strength, maximized our voice, and harnessed knowledge. Collaboration can also effect the harnessing and bringing together of knowledge. Women's rights organizations have worked with the objective of constantly demanding inclusion of the marginalized, for transparency, accountability, and the provisions of fair distribution of benefits, as well as remedies for inequality in national processes. Focus, therefore, has also been on advocating for constitutional and legislative reforms. We remember the time when NetRight mobilized the women to demand for reforms on the constitution of this country. We haven't had anything again from that, but we did mobilize to do that. Legislation will continue to be an important instrument in securing increased women's share in livelihood resources, increased presence in decision-making, and in leadership, and securing them safety and security from violence, and vulnerable employment in labor markets, and harmful cultural practices that we gleefully practice in the name of culture. We have marched on the streets of Accra. We have held candle night vigils. I remember when we were fighting for the passage of the domestic violence bill, that we went to Black Star Square with our candles and slept there. I remember the time that we marched on the streets of Accra to the headquarters of the police when 24 women's bodies were found on the streets of Accra. Each morning we wake up, there was a body. So we have done that to advance women's rights, the dignity and the right that is enshrined for us in the Constitution. So the journey so far. The wheel of social change grinds very slowly. Doesn't move as fast as we want. In these eras, whether colonial, post-colonial, military, they have all come with their own challenges. Whether colonialism, militarism, religious fundamentalism, recession in the north where we get most of our funding, that resulted in some of our sister organizations going down and reduction in much of the work that we have been doing. COVID pandemic also brought its own consequences. And then, most of all, state lethargy. The way the state has looked at women's issues and addressed the many challenges of inequality leaves much to be desired. However, we want to appreciate the notable achievements that have been accomplished. We have come a long way, obviously. We note the passage of landmark gender-related legislation as well as heightened visibility of women in high-profile leadership positions. We can talk of many of the landmark acts that have been passed through our advocacy, through our insistence, and through our persistence in knocking doors of those who can make change. The passage of these bills, the changes, as little as they are, we appreciate them because they testify to the capacity of the country to tackle deeply entrenched biases, that the country has the capacity to address the issues of inequality, the marginalization of women, and in turn facilitate the promotion of women's rights, gender justice, and social transformation. Notwithstanding the progress, there exist still multiple and systemic impediments which create conditions for women's marginalization and vulnerability. Ghana continues to grapple with gendered inequality practices in women's lack of access to secured livelihoods, low participation and representation, with huge gaps in the number of women able to access public leadership, and harmful cultural norms that are women-specific. We are saddened by the way, for example, we are unable to attain even the 30%. I know they're asking me to stop. Yes, we are unable to attain the 30% minimum threshold for women's participation. In fact, the participation of women in local governance, which is the government of the people right next door to them, is unimaginable. That today we have only 262 women representing us all. So, what do I have to say? The nation is yet to see the creation of a total enabling environment, political and cultural environment relating to the nature of democratic governance. Good. So, as old as we are, we have done our duty. The last thing that I want to say is mentoring of young people must continue to form a critical component of the work of advancing women's rights and gender equality. Young women must make a commitment to see the promotion of women's rights and gender equality. It is a commitment that you make. It's not like that. We all made commitments. That's why we found our way on this path. They must be guided by the dictum that if one woman is not free, no woman is free. Strengthening knowledge, acquiring new skills, tools, and a better understanding of the gender dynamics of marginalization and inequality must occupy your thought processes. Ghana has a young age structure where approximately 57% of the 31 million population is made up of young people, many of whom are female. Even though the current generation of youth is better positioned and has more opportunities than previous ones to help shape development, with greater access to information, technology, education, and training, they need to be trained. Young people can be mobilized, supported, and challenged to contribute to initiatives that advance gender equality, peace, sustainable development, and violence-free society. Intergenerational inclusion has the capacity to prepare young women to advance the struggle for women's rights and gender justice. When we started this journey, we thought that it was going to be a short one. But I can tell you, we are in for a long haul. I want to thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and sorry that the time was short. It's always interesting to reflect on the journeys so far. Before we move on to the next item on the agenda, I would like to prompt us that we have these sheets on our tables. So they are shapes. One is the shape of a hand, the other is the shape of a foot, and then the shape of a hat. So as the sessions go on, if there is anything that you hear here that ignites any passion in you that you wish to share with us, kindly write it down on the love shape. If there is anything that you hear from this forum that you feel is a new skill you have acquired, then please write it on the shape that shows the hand. If there is anything that happens here that you feel that is actually a tool that you can work with as you leave here from tomorrow, you feel there's something that you've heard that you can actually work with, you write it on the foot. This is to support us know whether we're doing well, what needs to be improved, and also to be able to share in the successes that together we can make. So thank you very much. And let's give Auntie Amida what I call the lizard clap. Do we know the lizard clap? Okay. So the lizard usually would climb the wall, okay, and then jump down from the wall. Have we noticed that about the lizard? So, okay, so if you haven't noticed, let me tell you how the lizard behaves. So it usually climbs the wall, and then it jumps down the wall. And then once it sees that it's jumped down the wall, it nods its head and tells itself, well done, right? So if I say the lizard is climbing, You equally show by the raise of your hand that is climbing, and then you respond, it's climbing. So when I say it's climbing, you say it's climbing. And when I say it's falling, so we clap our hands once, and then we nod our heads and say, well done, well done. So we are saying the well done to Auntie Hamida, okay? So the lizard is climbing. The lizard is climbing. The lizard is climbing. It's falling. Well done, well done. Okay. Thank you very much. So we would move on to a panel discussion. Okay, the panel discussion still will be on reflecting on our work. And this will be moderated by one of us. She is a professor of African Studies. She is Professor Akosia Adomako Ampofu. Let's give her a round of applause. And she will be moderating this session with some panelists. They would include the Executive Director of the Gender Center, Dr. Dorcas Koka-Appiah, the Executive Director of Songtaba, Lamnatu Adams, and the Program Coordinator for WILDAF Ghana, Gloria Kankam. Ladies, please, the stage is yours. Thank you very much. Our online participants, please, if there is any feedback for us, if you have any questions, please remember to type it in the chat box and we will read it out. If there is time, we will create the opportunity for you equally to feedback. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, Charlie, some small energy will do. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you very much. If you are not energized, we too over here, to be hard for us, so please. Somebody should prompt me about time. I've left my phone and I don't wear a watch, so I may not just be prodding me. So we're all welcome to this first panel. It's going to be an exciting one, I know. Let me start by introducing the panelists. I know you have brief bios in your pack, but it bears some repeating and maybe sometimes hearing it is also more profound than the written word. So I'll start with Auntie Dorcas. And it tells us here many things that we already know, but as I said, bears repeating. She's a lawyer and a women's rights activist. She's the executive director of the Gender Studies and Human Rights Documentation Center, of course, that we all know her for, and that we call the Gender Center, the original Gender Center in Accra. She has and continues to have important roles in several organizations. The bio here is very cryptic, so let me also remind us, those who didn't know, that the Gender Center was at the forefront of the initial surveys and research that was carried out to measure the magnitude of domestic violence in this country. A number of publications came out of that, and we know that it was the forerunner to our struggles for the passage of domestic violence legislation in 2007. She's been a member of CIDAO. She has been a founding member of FIDA, I believe. She has been the chair of WILDAF, and she has facilitated numerous trainings and workshops in this country and also in the sub-region and abroad. Earlier on, Auntie Hamida mentioned a film collaboration between the Institute of African Studies and the University of Birmingham, of which I was one of the producers, and Auntie Dorcas is one of the 16 women in that film, and her story is highly, highly interesting. I will do a shout out for the film at the end of this panel because it's showing tomorrow. And you are all invited. Our second panelist, the panelist in no particular order, is Lamnatu Adam. She's a development practitioner with about 20 years experience in gender and human rights activism. She has a deep interest in the fight for social justice with a focus on community development and empowerment of marginalized populations such as women, children, people living with disabilities, and other marginalized groups. She's been contributing significantly to changing the narrative on gender discrimination and violence against excluded groups in the northern part of our country and beyond that. She holds an MSc in local economic development. She's a trainer, a mother, and works as the executive director for Songtaba. Her advocacy work has earned her several awards, and she has contributed enormously towards the closure of 2 alleged witches' camps and has been recognized by the Girls Not Brides on working to achieve 20 communities with child that are free of child marriage. And the final person, but not the least, that I'm going to introduce is Gloria. Cannot remember when I first met her, but maybe if she says it, it will signal my age, so it's okay. We should leave it there. She was very, very young and, almost a girl to me at the time. Gloria, so she's one of my daughters. Gloria is a social justice activist and a Pan-African feminist, organizing in policy, advocacy, activism, and networking with over 12 years experience in developing, managing, and implementing programs promoting women's, children's, and girls' rights and combating sexual and gender-based violence. Gloria is passionate about dismantling and disrupting patriarchy, patriarchal gatekeeping, and structural violence, a lot of heavy concepts in there she will explain to us, that oppress and deny women and girls self-possession and respect. She's a proud product of the University of Ghana, the Coady International Institute, Women's Human Rights Institute at the University of Toronto, the Beijing Normal University, and International Peace Support Center at Nairobi, and the Aharon, I'm not sure if I got the pronunciation right, Ofri Center in Jerusalem. So, aunties and sisters and daughters, you are very welcome. I think we have a multi-generational panel here. So very exciting. So let me ask this first question. So we are reflecting on our work. Some have been around longer, so a natural function of that will be that they will have done more, experienced more, probably had more highs, but also had more lows, more challenges, but also possibly also more key moments to share. And I want them to start by reflecting on key moments in their own trajectory as feminist activists, signal for us some highs and some lows. And, for this first question, just to keep it crisp, because I'll be coming back with, further questions. And I'll start with you, Auntie Dorcas.
Thank you very much. I think Hamida has...
And maybe if I interject, preface it by telling us how you came to be a feminist and to be an activist.
Okay, how did I come to be a feminist and an activist? I think this was something that I was born with. Because I think right from a young age, I started questioning things around me. I started questioning the role that I had been assigned as a girl. And I think this is what led me to think that not everything is right. And so I also think that my profession, being a lawyer, also helped. Because then when I studied the law, and I came out, I realized that in spite of the fact that we have very good laws, women and girls are not benefiting from the law. And so, as a member of FIDA Ghana, which we started, I then started thinking more deeply about the role that I can play to change the world as I saw it in Ghana. So I think that, it has, being a feminist and an activist has had many trajectories. It didn't start, I didn't have an aha moment, but I think it developed over time. What have been the hacks? And I think Hamida has really highlighted the most important issues that as feminists in this country, or activists, because I like to use the word activist, because adopting feminism came at a later stage. And so, how did we become activists? She's highlighted some of the things that has happened over time. But for me, one of the key things, and you've already talked about it, it's when we did our research on violence against women, and then we were able to bring together, a number of organizations and individuals to be able to advocate for the passage of the law. But I think for me, one of the key things also is in 2000, a number of things happened, the year 2000. First and foremost, the femicides, the death of women across the country. It was not only in Accra, but we saw women killed, and the police appeared unprepared to solve the issues. And we mobilized. We came together. We sat in front of the police headquarters. And the thing here to remember is that we came from across, groups, including political groupings. So it was not only, NDC, NPP, we had market women, we have all sorts of people. And we sat, and I think that was one of the key successes that, alerted the police and the IGP at the time to show that the women of this country meant business. The second thing also in 2000 was when, as part of this advocacy for this work around, for the government to take some action against the murders, is when we did the march from the circle all the way to the castle. And we got the government to allow some 4 representatives from the group to meet the president then to present our petition. And as the following time, we also met the Attorney General, where we also submitted the petition. And I remember something that the Attorney General then, Obed Asamoah, said: "We know what you're doing is right. We don't believe that this is politically motivated, that it is an action by every woman. It is not that by any political parties, and therefore we are happy that you have done this, and that we are going to take all action to support it." And so I think these are some key things that happened. Of course, she talked about the vigil at the stadium. There's also when we also presented, as part of the Sisters Keepers, we presented the petition to Parliament then. So there have been quite a number of high moments, but I think I'll stop here, and then the others can also.
Thank you very much, Auntie Dorcas. I remember that march to the State House, and how when we got there, we were met by, were they soldiers or police, with their guns, trained at us, and we were not moved. It's like we are here for serious business. And some people have said that the fact that the government lost the election subsequently was very much a result of, the presence of women's activism, and how Ghanaians got to see that, the government was not serious enough about issues of security. So I'm going to move to Lamnatu and ask for a key moment for you. Please preface it by telling us how you came to be a feminist or an activist. Give us one key moment in your own trajectory.
Thank you very much. For me, one of the key things or moments I can talk about is the realization, from our women, that probably it's about time. Before a lot of interventions that was happening, a lot more women saw themselves just at the background. Although, as Auntie Hamida mentioned, it's still a gradual process, but we've seen many more women trying to take up the space. And I think the moment that I can share is our ability to create that space, the ability to make sure that women, girls, and their diversity are taking the space and are not being left out. One of the key moments that I saw was when we mobilized the alleged witches network, and we had, as part of our 16 days of activism, to have a float. And I think this was a bold decision, that yes, you've tagged us as women who are this, but we still have the rights, and we are calling for this. One of the other things I want to focus as something that we can be proud of, and something I want to urge that we all look at, is that intergenerational thing. And I think it also came up from Auntie Hamida's, that we should always have people to learn from. We should always have people to tell the stories of others. I can see how you are relating to some of the things that Auntie have talked about. Probably we were not there yet. And we want to see more younger generation pointing to some of these strides we have made. And that is the turning point for us. And I want to laud that we are not leaving the young people, we are getting them the spaces that they need. Thank you.
Before I let you go, thank you very much. I don't know if you consider yourself to be a feminist, but definitely an activist. What brought you to activism or to feminism?
Well, I would say I'm an activist. And what brought me, I think, is the passion. I cannot pinpoint at what time, but I remember that some of my schoolmates still call me lawyer because of the way that I've always wanted things to be right. And I've always wanted, people to get what belongs to them, even at an, very younger age. And this behavior of mine has driven me to where I am now. The fact that I cannot look away when something is happening. I remember I was driving past, and then I saw something that was, and I had to park. And somebody called me and said, but you, what concern you in that? And I said, I just can't drive past. I have to see to it that this person is not being treated differently.
Thanks. So there's passion, and that's something that says there's injustice going on, and I can't just sit down. I have to do something about it. Gloria, it's your turn. So what brought you to, you described yourself as a feminist. What brought you to feminism, and what has been a key moment in your journey as a feminist activist?
I think I'm a born feminist. And then growing up, primary school, I joined the Anansi Guide, Girls Guide, so that started the fire. And my father will let you listen to GTV News compulsory. And then he will point out people you should listen to. J.H. Mensah, Hawa Yakubu, so you have to listen to them and say something. So that started the fire. And then it continued. So in high school, in Achimota School, somebody gave me a book, Kwame Nkrumah's book, Africa Must Unite. And when I read that book, it put some fire in me. I always want to make sure something that is not right has to change. I remember in my Art 1 class, once we were punished by the maths teacher, and I went to our headmaster, Bob Say, then, and I told him why we should not be punished as a class. And so he would always point me out. He loved the courage that I was not a class prefect, but I walked into his office. And in Achimota School, I was standing in my Art 1 class, I would see Legon, the tower, and I would tell myself, I'll go to Legon and become a social scientist. I didn't really understand what it meant to be a social scientist, but I said it and I wrote it down. And then my key moment was in Legon in 2007, in January, during the New Year school, there was a syndicate group on the Domestic Violence Act, and I joined. And it was that 3 days, every day we meet. So the last day, every day, Auntie Mausi was in my group. Every day I admire her. She'll come and sit quietly in her Pan-African dress. And so the last day I went to her and asked her, please, are you a Ghanaian? And then she smiled. Then the conversation started, so we became friends. At that time, I was the head of seminar for Women's Commission in Legon. So we were organizing a program, so I invited her, and she came to talk, and then the friendship started. She introduced me to NetRight, GVSSN, Women's Manifesto, DV Coalition, and all of that. And I made a commitment to be in the movement. Wherever there was a meeting, I have to be there. Even if I have to divide myself into 3, I did. And one of my key moments was that, because that put a lot of fire in me. And after the syndicate group on the passage of the DV Act, I realized that my passion is on ending violence against women. So that became my key area. And CSW and all of that came, and I even paid for the first one myself. And then in 2010, 2011, NetRight, thanks to NetRight once again, you gathered us, you remember, all of you, Auntie Dorcas, Prof. yourself, Professor, now Georgie Chikata, Professor Techua Menu, all of you, Auntie Rose, you got Auntie Amida. And one thing Auntie Amida told us is that all our life is political. And that language never leaves my mind. And she said that even the road you are using is political. And that was a key moment. And you know, some of us are still here. Amanda is here. I don't know if Bashiratu is here. Debbie is here. And some others have left. Even though they have left the women's rights space, they are still activists. So that was a key moment for me, because that was when I was actually introduced to the this whole process of women's rights, gender responsive budgeting, why you have to question everything where you see women. So yesterday, for example, when I saw that Bank of Ghana meeting and the economic management team, you can't see a head of a woman. And I was insulting and questioning. Even though I was talking to myself, and later me and Debbie had a chat, I was questioning so many things, and I'm like, so the crisis going on, don't they think there are so many market women, so many women farmers? Why are they all men? Would they feel the way we feel? But I was just talking to myself in the evening. And then other things that brought me on board is the several net right programs that we organize, the ones that give us the opportunity to speak, the ones that give us the opportunity to speak on radio and TV. One of the last one I want to mention was in 2013 when we had to go for CSW. They put us into the committee to do the minister speaking notes. And then the day before, we had to leave on Saturday. Friday, I was to go for GTV. I was panicking. I said, no, you can't panic. Go and read and just go. And I did it. And that brought me where I am now. I can stand anywhere and speak. And anytime I go online to check anything, all of you come up. You have contributed to so many writings on gender, feminism. When I look at the feminists in Ghana, I see Auntie Dorcas' name, and I'm like, hey, where are we? So on that note, I'll end here. But I haven't stopped. I'm still pulling along a lot of young feminists in my work and outside my work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gloria. And and in fact, this leads me to the next question for all of us. Maybe I'll start with Lamnatu. I'm reminded by something that Hamida said, and that a number of the women in this film that I mentioned talk about issues of social justice and inequality and the role that we as feminists have played and should play. And I'm going to quote Dr. Rosemary Sakutin, something she says in the film. She says that there's too much inequality. There's too much inequality in the world for us to focus only on our small issues. So the question that I want to pose to all of you, and I'll start with Lamnatu, is how do you, because we have 24 hours in a day, 7 days in a week, 52 weeks in a year. We cannot do everything. We have areas that we focus on. And I don't want you to tell us about your area that you focus on, but if you can share with us your the way in which you have collaborated, if you have, with other groups or other individuals who are working on social justice issues that are not like your core focus, if you have such an experience, so that we can, it's part of our lesson learning, how we can support each other in work that we do that is not directly related to, our own area of focus.
Thank you. I know that the work that we do, it's mainly on advocacy. And for advocacy, you need the numbers, you need partnership, you need networks. And there's nothing really that one person can do completely. And so I can appreciate that we always need to leverage and harness on each other's strength. I belong to NetRight, and I take pride in all the progress that NetRight is making. I belong to WILDAF, or my organization is part of the Affirmative Action, coalition. And I remember all the marches that we've done in the north, in the south, and all of them. I take pride in the successes we are telling our story. But most importantly, I have also joined young people's networks. I'm part of a mentoring program for young people. I'm part of, other smaller young people's grouping within the North that I'm not directly just working like day to day, but I'm giving some guidance, some facilitation for that. Together, I know we have made some progress. And also, I have also been part of, supporting some other groups. For example, I have been a member of the Ghana Red Cross. I'm not a very active member, but at the background, I know how I can help differently. And so it hasn't been that easy. You can't always get to do the work that you want to do. Just my work, I'm doing witchcraft, I'm doing, access to land and other resources. But there are other things that is happening within that you cannot ignore. And so this is how, I'm doing other things beyond just the work that I do.
Thank you so much. Auntie Doc, I'll come to you, and I'll put on the table what for some people may be controversial. I don't think it's controversial. When the Proper Human Sexualities Bill was proposed, there was some internal discomfort and disagreement within Netrite about whether Netrite should express any dissatisfaction with what to some of us was a draconian bill, and that this was a group of people, fellow Ghanaians, whose lives were under threat, and actually all of us, if you read the bill. What would you say to us as an organization? What is your own perspective on dealing with such areas of discomfort and disagreement within an organization such as Netrite?
Thank you, Akosia. I think the important thing is, if you're working as a women's rights and your work is situated within the human rights context, then you cannot afford to say that some of these things I'm not comfortable with it, so I don't want to be part of it. Yes, you may not be at the lead of that, but you cannot say that an organization you belong to should not take the issue up, especially when, majority of the members of that organization believe that it is a human rights issue and therefore it must be taken up. The issue of LGBTQ is problematic for a lot of people. But that does not mean that we should not see it as a human rights issue. That, for me, if you believe that as a human being you have the right to choose, then yes, choose whatever. I may not choose the same thing, but I will not stop you from being who you are, who you want to be. For me, I think this is how it should be looked at. As an organization, as Netrite, as my own organization, we put our hand to that statement. Some of my staff members may not agree with me. Some people that we were may not agree, but I believe strongly that it's a human rights issue, and therefore we should be part of the story when we are talking about it.
Let me not let you go yet. In your long experience, what lesson would you give us, or what suggestion, or what tool for an organization like Netrite when we come to such areas of disagreement? Because we cannot, as an organization, allow, individual differences to collapse the work that we do. And yet people have genuine fears, concerns, anxieties, disagreements. How should we as an organization continue to work together and bring ourselves together around some of these issues? Are there some tools we can employ?
No, I think we can only talk about it. We can only discuss the issues. People are coming at it from different angles. I know that most of the concerns from some people who did not think WILDAF should have put out a statement was from the religious angle. But the fact that you believe that your religion does not approve of the LGBTQI or whatever, does not mean that it is not an issue. And for me, what I would say to those who are coming from that angle is, there's so many things that the Bible says we should not do, and yet we are doing it. And we don't say anything about it. Aren't we being, discriminatory when it comes to some of those issues that are clearly wrong in the view of, the Bible? Why are we only focusing on this? So if we really want to say that, this is something that is not based on our religion, and so we don't want to be part of it, then for me, you then would have to say that there are other things that, that the Bible forbids that are being done, and yet you are, by not saying anything about it, it means you're really condoning it. And I think that we have always said that the Bible, as we know it now, has been interpreted within the context of the time that it was written. And that even the interpretation, later interpretation, has been done by people who believe that, within the context, within the era that they are in, this is what they believe. And so I think that we should be, we should talk about it. We should be open about the issue and discuss. And I'm sure that it will not only be this issue. There will come a time when the other issues may come up, and some people will not be happy about it. So for instance, when we've talked about some traditional practices, like Trokoshi, when we started working up, even people who come from that group, tribe or ethnic group, who were lawyers who were pushing for human rights at the national level at the time, felt that this was something that we should not talk about. So I think that it's important that we open the discussion, we let people, and then probably they can listen to other views, and then we can go on.
Thank you, Auntie Dorcas. The importance of conversations. Sweeping things under the carpet will never bring us to solutions to issues. Gloria, you are now going to represent all young women with my question. Dorcas talked about religion. When I look back at my own life and I identify as a Christian, I feel that religion has really taken over a lot of spaces, is in collaboration, if I can use that word, with the state in ways that can sometimes be problematic. We seem to have become hyper-religious. From where you sit as a younger sister, how do you see us navigating religion, feminism, culture in ways that can allow women to live without oppression? Because often we employ religion and we employ culture in ways that we do for women that we do not do for men, right? And it almost becomes the end of a conversation because somebody says, the Bible says, the Quran says, and it's almost like, well, what can I say? What do you think from where you sit?
I would say that it's actually misapplication of religion and tradition and misinterpretation. So, and then at the forefront of both, it's patriarchy. And patriarchy is a huge challenge that is affecting...
What is patriarchy?
Okay, patriarchy is where we are made to believe that men must lead and women must be led. So in my own term, women have no, in quote, no sense of their own. Somebody has to direct them. And that is affecting, we are experiencing it in all aspects of women's life. The one that I want to talk about now, for example, because that also goes for young women, is for the crisis we are in now. And then we have a whole economic management team with no woman on it. There are young women, there are older women, they could serve on that, but it's not there. And all because they are looking at it from that dominance view that men have knowledge, women probably, in quotes, do not have. And that is what it is. And so even if we talk about it from the young women's perspective in education, if I talk about it from what I do, sexual harassment already in education, in the field of work. And so young women do not have, they don't have the space to operate by themselves, to be who they have to be, and to reach their full potential. So we have a lot of work to do, even now. Auntie Amida said, the work is a never-ending one. We won't end it, but we don't have to stop. We need to interrogate. On the International Day of the Girl Child, 11th October, I was sitting, waiting to go into the studio to speak on TV. And one of these politicians comes out and says, oh, I like your hair. I'm a Pan-Africanist. I said, oh, thank you. And I said, oh, I'm also a Pan-Africanist and a feminist. I said, no, I don't want the feminist. But do you people think that women can be equal to men? I said, no, you missed the point. They're not talking about equality in terms of our features or biological makeup. We are talking about equality in terms of giving opportunities to everybody. So we have a lot of talk to talk. And like you said, the conversation must go on. I just want to chip in this. On the 1st of May, 2019, I went on TV. I was on TV with the MP for Afajato North, Honorable Angela Tay, and then Director for NCC. And when I came out, I saw a lot of missed calls. People had called, and I tried from calling back, and then I saw Auntie Dorcas call. I called her and said, oh, there's this program, the International Network to End Violence Against Women and Girls, and would you be available to go for a meeting, African convening? I said, yes. But you know what we went to talk about? We're looking at the activism in the 1900s and then in the year 2000, after the millennium. What has changed? That was what we went to talk about on TV. And in my whole life, in the 1990s, when you have to listen to GTV News compulsory, as I compared to it to now, there is a lot of, we are not pulling. All because we have defined feminism as a private issue. Everybody is operating, I'm a feminist, but in private. What about the energy, the radicalism that pull people on the streets to ask for the passage of the Domestic Violence Act, for example, and the other things that we have not had, or for Abantu and the Women's Manifesto to have this document? I'm so proud of this document. It was a collaborative work. And that is what I think for young people we need to. And we need to bring them on board, mentoring them, take them through thought leadership so that we can get there. Otherwise, there will be a huge gap. And we may not be able to fill. And then the work and the gains we have made will come to nothing. So that is my thought.
Thanks, Gloria. I'm going to ask them each one question, and I will allow you to ask them some questions. We'll see how it goes with time. And where you end, Gloria, reminds me again of another quote from this film that I have mentioned. Georgie says, why reinvent the wheel? There are shoulders to stand on. You can stand on those shoulders, and then you go to another level, just adding to the work that has been done. There is no need to redo what has already been done. But the question that I want to ask you all is, what keeps you going? Because doing this activist work, the struggles, sometimes there's name calling, family members will be saying, please, tomorrow it's okay, don't talk, just be quiet. You know, sometimes you cause us embarrassment by what you say, or you put us into trouble, or we are actually worried about your safety because of what you've said. It doesn't pay, this work does not pay. You know, so much to grapple with. What keeps you going, Auntie Dorcas?
What keeps me going? I think if I don't do that, what else do I do? I find that there's still so much to be done, so I just keep on. And, you know, each time I'm doing something, I come across younger people, I come across, you know, and so you just feel like, okay, I have this knowledge, let me pass it on. So that is what actually, but most importantly, knowing that I've helped somebody without really thinking that, you know, just passing, and then the next minute you see the person is up there. It's that satisfaction that whatever it is that you're doing, I can still do it and make changes in people's lives. It's not only about the young women that I see in the communities that we work in. You see, you know, changes in people's lives all the time. I think for me, that is what keeps me going. Otherwise, I don't have anything else to do.
I feel like I should say, Lamnatu, how about you?
So for me, there's this saying that no matter what you do, there will always be somebody who will not like you. And so the fact that there are challenges, the fact that there are name-calling, threats, and all of that, I remember this Caning thing when we issued a statement, and a whole lot of FM stations had called me. Just a day or two afterwards, there were a lot of discussion on why should a Muslim want to say that people who have engaged themselves in this should not be caned. And there was a lot of insult and things. But there were also a lot of commendation that, look, this was a bold step you took. We cannot always keep quiet. Like Auntie said, what else can we do? And so the satisfaction that you are impacting somebody, that someone is looking at you and is getting some boldness from you, especially when you are coming from a place that you still need to prove yourself severally to make a point. And so it's the satisfaction that I get from people and others who are telling others of, well, I have seen Lamna doing this. You know, you meet a lot of people and they say, you don't know me, but I follow the work you do, and you are doing tremendous work. That alone cannot put you down. And the fact that there are still a lot more for you to do, we still need to make sure that, yes, we cannot ignore the norms, but how do we make it transformative so that we can all abide by it as the people want? So there's still more that we cannot keep quiet once we are still breathing. Thank you.
Another amen. As Hamida said, the work does not end. It's not like, okay, now we have arrived, I put my tools down, and I go and take a rest. It's ongoing work. What keeps you going, Gloria?
What keeps me going is, why should I, as a woman, or any other woman, amplify her voice over another gender for what she does? So that keeps me going, because anytime women gather, then men will have to say, they are fighting for their rights. Why should I fight for my rights? So I want to contribute to end that statement that women are fighting for their. We don't have to fight for our rights. We are all human beings, and we have equal rights. So because of that, and that amounts to injustice, it keeps me going. And in fact, everywhere I get to, I talk about human rights and gender. And sometimes when you take your time to explain, they like it. Sometimes I go to Malam Market in Sunday afternoon, not to buy anything in particular, but to talk to women about their economic rights, their access and control over resources. And many, many times you realize that women, Auntie Dorcas helped me to read the World's Art. She mentioned it in passing, and I read that document. Women think, or they can even build a house or buy the land, and they will not put their names on it. So I just go to the market, because it's the market that is a bit closer to me, Sunday afternoon, just to speak to women about what they are doing, what they shouldn't do, what they have to put down, papers, receipts, and all that. All of these keep me going. And one of the things that keeps me going also to see young people taking up spaces. I just always, it's my desire that one day I'll see these young people that we are bringing up also at the UN, at the AU, at ECOWAS, because we don't find Ghana there. Ghana is virtually absent at the AU level, at the ECOWAS level, and I want to see these young ones present there, the UN, and then in our own country. Like Auntie Amida will always say, women's life is in the local. So even at the local level, at the district assembly level, because that is what will make democracy. Otherwise, we don't have. Because from the local level, then we come to the national level. All of these things, I don't have the courage, or I have not thought about contesting, but I could help other people to take up those spaces. Because it's the numbers that count. If we don't have the numbers, women's issues will not be heard. So these are the things that keep me going, to make sure that the inequalities, the injustice, and the fact that I don't have to always amplify my voice over that of a male just to justify what I'm doing, when the other person, the other gender, doesn't have to justify anything. Even in the workplace, let me give you an example. This last Sunday, I attended the PTA for my nephew. And when they were introducing the executives at the table, they introduced them by name, in their position, all men. And then the last person they introduced and they added, are beautiful, and then she is taking the minute. The way I was angry, I was sitting and I said it out, and the people were looking at me. Why should you introduce her as beautiful and she is taking the minute? Why is she not the chairperson? I just said it to myself, even though I couldn't say it to the whole group. But these are some of the questions that make me, why should she be the person? And that happens also in the workplace, even in the church. They are nominating people and they think that the chairperson of the pastoral council should be a man. And then some other position should be women. Why? The building committee should be men. But the domestics, welfare should be women. Why? And I always
women
say
should do the
that,
work, men
exactly,
should get the glory.
I always say that we have to deal with ourselves and in every situation according to our capability and our ability. It doesn't matter which gender or which identity you identify yourself with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, to answer, nothing is too small. And I recollect several years ago teaching a gender. We used to have a lot of pastors and teachers in the class. The teachers wanted certification for their promotion. The pastors, these are male pastors, they wanted some tools to help them solve women's problems. You know, women are suffering, we want to help them solve their problems. But they were often very patriarchal themselves. And I recollect this, on this particular session, one of the male students who was a pastor came to tell his wife had said he should come and tell me that she is very grateful that he has taken the class because she has seen some transformation in his life. And, you know, it was not just a comment that the wife made, but the fact that he actually came to repeat it to me, meaning that he himself, he agrees that some transformation has occurred. And then it's very gratifying when you hear such stories. It's your turn now. Our people in the, I'll take a first round of 3. I'll pass it to our panelists to respond, and we'll see how much time we have, whether we can take a second round. So, 1. The other hand, 2. Hey, Mauli, I didn't see you in the room. Are you the only man in the room? Oh. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for that insightful discussion. It's good to see how you started and then you're also trying to get to where you are. My question is, based on the responses that were being given, I noticed that Auntie Dorcas and Lamnatu said they are activists. And then it brings me back to a training I was doing, and then I asked the ladies, the individuals, that, are you a feminist or an activist? They said activist. So out of the 20 ladies that I was about to train, 5 of them said they were feminists. So I asked the others, why are you not?
I think Auntie Dorcas also said she was a feminist. Anyway, go on with your question.
Yeah, okay. And they said, well, it's because of how feminists behave. And I said, how do they behave? And they said they are snobbish, they are loud, as though they are those who know everything. Then it comes to, my question now is, how do we let ourselves understand how to keep advocating and changing the narrative, or what others have already thought that being a feminist, tagging yourself as a feminist is negative because, like she said, we want to do it in our small spaces, but we won't want to come out as a group and say that I am feminist and proud, but rather we would want to be activists or advocates. A colleague just reminded me that he was doing a research and he noticed that in the SDGs, it's talking about gender equality and not, there's nowhere that feminism or has been mentioned. So why won't we rather concentrate on the word gender equality? So how should we have such healthy discussions with ourselves and other ones that we would want to be engaging with? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Well, I mean, we're taking all 3. We could have gone that way.
Good morning. It's still morning, so good morning. And
good morning.
Auntie Dorcas and the rest of the panelists, thank you so much for sharing part of your journey. We are looking at the journey so far, and I'm glad that some of the people who have shaped my journey in the movement are here: Auntie Dorcas, Auntie Akosua, Auntie Hamida, Pauline van der Pauline. We were roommates at Netrite. When I worked as program officer for Netrite, we used to share office. And so just 3 quick things I want to share. One is the importance of bringing people along and mentoring. The first time, I've always been passionate about human rights and social justice issues, but not specifically about gender. The first time I got directly involved in gender I was a law student at Legon. So I was coming one night from the law faculty, and I saw some crazy women at the gate holding torch, candles and stuff, screaming. And somebody said, we'll make nuisance of ourselves until you stop the killing of women. So I saw Auntie Akos. Sometimes she can look like a student. So I just assumed that she was, most of the activists were older, but she looked like one of the students. I went to ask her what is going on, and she talked about how they were killing women. And then there was a meeting at Auntie Dorcas's office in Laboni. So she invited me. They said, they are going to have a meeting there, and I went. And that's how I got involved in Sisters Keepers. And when I got to that meeting, I saw a lot of people that I had been collaborating with on Jubilee side. Auntie Techua, Bazini, and co. So since then, whenever there's a meeting, I'm invited. And so I became like an accidental gender activist and hoping that we'll finish this and then I'll move on with my life. And here I am. But yes. So just to show the importance of pulling people along, and I always say that I've had the privilege to go to good schools, but most of the important things that helped me on my journey and in my work are not the things I learned in school. Those are the things that I learned hanging around Auntie Techua, Georgie, Auntie Rose, and they actually invite you to their homes, apapransa and all that, so that we have conversations. A lot of it didn't make sense to me then, but along the way, I began to understand some of the things that I didn't understand when they were telling me. So I think that we should do more of those. I see less and less of it, but it's the best investment that we can make. The second one is how the conversations then and now, whenever there was a problem, and whether it's in Professor Techua Menu's house or Gender Center or whatever, there was always a conversation towards what we need to do. And so if they said there's no domestic violence legislation, the conversation is always about how can we get it done. And there was always some action plan, strategy and planning, and we always get something done, versus now where you see more conversation and less solution. We all post our reaction on Facebook and we think we have done our part and we all move on. So that's the second observation I have made on the journey. And the final one I want to talk about is the issue of solidarity and commitment. The way that there used to be collaboration. We didn't used to meet in hotels and all that. So there was always a meeting at Gender Center or WISE or ARC. So whenever there is something, for instance, when the Domestic Violence Legislation Coalition was formed, Gender Center was selected at the meeting to host it. And I was supposed to be the coordinator, but I was at WISE. So a week after, I called Auntie Doka. I said, I can't come and coordinate from Gender Center because I'm at WISE. Can we move the secretariat to WISE? And she was like, of course. I don't think that would be possible, easily done today, where another organization would just say, do that kind of stuff. And the solidarity part was something Auntie Akos did that meant a lot to me as a young activist at the time. When we were mobilizing for the domestic violence legislation, I left. I moved to the US, and I was working at the UN. And the gender minister then, who was the fiercest opponent to the domestic violence legislation, came to New York. And we had a conversation. I had a one-on-one conversation with her. And she said some things about why she's opposed to it. So I sent a message to the coordinators of the coalition to say, okay, these are her concerns. So we needed to do something about it. And one of them shared it with her. And she called a meeting with the coalition and blasted them and said she would deal with me. Auntie Akos wrote a letter to the minister in my defense and said that, oh, I was even generous in the words I used. But that meant a lot to me that I was not thrown under the bus. And we don't see those kinds of support and solidarities like you are on your own if you put yourself out there. So those are just 3 quick things I want to share from my journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Maoli.
Thank you very much.
Solidarity, openness, generosity, these are values that we need to cherish and underscore.
Okay.
Yes.
So thank you very much. So he took one question from me. I mean, it wasn't a question but a comment, but I want to ask a follow-up question on that. The mentoring and coaching aspect. I have observed, because I'm part of it, where Sweden has tried to get, have asked young people to tell the people they want to mentor. And it takes, I have 6 of them, but I am rather chasing them to engage. So I'm happy that our next conversation, which I'll be moderating, will be on generational gap and all that. I continuously ask myself, what is the issue? That somebody even says that I want this person to mentor me. And then you continue to chase that person to engage. So what is missing in this whole thing we are doing? Because we, as much as we want to pull people along with us, we are still faced with that. And the second one has to continue with ourselves. Are we mentoring our children? I ask this question because it's like a lot of us are even protecting our children more and not allowing them to join groups. I have seen that in our cohorts. I have asked several people, why don't you allow your child to be in this group and all that? My girl came from school and told me that she has a friend whom everybody thinks that she's a lesbian. And I asked her, so why is she your friend? She said, oh, she's very good. She's very good. And she does add, when we do anything, she's always first. So I have taken her as my friend. So I asked her, do you feel bad that people call her a lesbian? And she said, no. As much as I know what I want from her, I am not bothered. So I told her that this is the right thing to do. But if I had discouraged her, look, move, don't follow her again because of the, and this is a Muslim girl who is in that cohort. So I asked myself again, how are we mentoring our children? And I think that we are all in one way or the other may feel guilty, because I have heard a lot of my colleagues saying, oh no, sometimes when you leave them, it's risky, is that. I was allowed to join Red Cross and I was going for meetings at any time. But now we even feel that going out at 3 p.m. and coming home at 5 p.m. is a problem. So if we ourselves in our homes, we are not even getting our children out there, how are we going to get these things solved? So that is the question I also want. How are we mentoring our girls there in our homes?
Thank you all very much. So to our panelists, mentoring, feminism, activism, solidarity, your comments.
Okay. First and foremost, Lily, right? I said when we started, the focus was calling what we were doing as activism. It was much later that we realized that, you know, we are not only activists, but we are feminists. And anywhere I go, I proudly proclaim myself as a feminist. Your question, how do we get people to see that being an activist and a feminist are literally the same things? Because what you're doing as an activist is to change the way women are viewed. You're promoting women's rights. And as a feminist, that's exactly what you're doing. It's just the terminology. And I think people are, you know, not clear about, you know, they're uncomfortable about being, you know, tagged as feminists because of the way the northern feminists started, this whole thing about bra burning and so on and so forth, so gave feminism a bad name. But what they sought to do was to say that, look, women have rights. We have rights to be able to, you know, create the opportunity so we can be at the highest levels of, you know, at work, at home, that at home, our roles should not be confined to only the, you know, reproductive roles, the cooking and the, you know, ironing and so on and so forth. And that's exactly what we are doing now in terms of being an activist. So you're as an activist, when you're teaching people about rights, you also, you know, you bring on board, you teach them on gender and gender roles and why it should not be, you know, restrictive in terms of women and men being placed in a box. So it's just the time that, you know, those words were used. I think that using activism was a way that those of us who were working at that time sought to protect ourselves. So you're not seen as somebody who is out there, you know, disrupting society. It took us a while to say that, no, that's exactly what we want to do. So we'll use the words, you know, that, and I can tell you, when we started FEDA, and we started doing the legal aid, and we're at the forefront supporting women to go to talk, to access justice and, you know, things that they needed to do. Some lawyers tagged us as old layers because they said layers. You know, when you are, if you rear chicken, in your young age, you have, you can lay a lot of eggs, but once you are old, then it drops. So they said, we are old layers, we are frustrated, we are not married, that's why we're doing all of these things. As for the tagging, but did we mind them? We didn't mind them. We went ahead. In the end, we even got some men to take up some of the cases that, were supporting the women to go, as you know. So these things happen. So that's it. Your last question, mentoring. I think mentoring takes a lot of, it takes strategies, a lot of strategies. I mean, you don't have to hold somebody's hand just to say that, I'm mentoring you. But maybe you come across that person, you talk to the person, oh, what are you doing? No, you can do things this way. Oh, I'm always available if there's anything. Call me or come and see me. It's opening ourselves, creating the space and opportunity for people to come to you. I can't say that. I can say that I have 10 people that I've mentored, but I'm sure if you ask me, I wouldn't say that I know of 10 people I can say I've mentored, but I'm sure if you ask around, you can have about 20 people say, oh, it's too. It's not that I deliberately.
I think a lot more than that.
So I think that, but it's important that it should start at home. Mentoring should start at home. And if you're talking about gender, the way we even treat our own daughters and sons is, it's a challenge. How do we ensure that, we train them in a way that they have, the boys have respect for women, so that when they grow up, they would know how to treat their wives and other women that they come across. So I think that's all. To all the comments that Mauli said, I think that for me, my work has always been about collaboration. Because the Gender Center, even though we work across the country, it's still a very small organization in terms of the size, the number of people. But we've been able to get a lot done because we have seen the power of collaboration. We've worked with others. And if you look at the way the movement is now, it's through collaboration. Wow.
Everybody okay?
It is through collaboration of the different, organizations. We had FIDA, which was focusing on providing legal aid for women. Then WILDAF came along. WILDAF was combining both law and development. Then, we had the Women's Net Right, then the Women's Manifesto, Abantu. And in all of this, we have all worked together all the time. At, depending on what is the one organization will be leading. But we realize that the lead cannot do the work alone. That's why it's important that you bring everybody on board. So I think for me, going forward, collaboration is key to the work that we do if you want to actually achieve any success.
Thank you, Auntie Dorcas. I remember, I don't know if you remember, I did an evaluation of some work for the Gender Center. which took me to several parts of the country just to see the work that the Gender Center had done. And everywhere that I went, the testimonies were so positive. As Auntie Dorcas has said, the Gender Center did not have offices in these places, but it was because the Gender Center, under her leadership, was collaborating with people all over and making them feel comfortable enough and secure enough and trusted to work with the Gender Center that this work was able to go on. Okay, so I'm told we have 5 minutes more. So Lamnatu and Gloria, your comments on mentoring, collaboration, solidarity, feminism, whichever one you want to pick up. You don't have to pick up everything.
Okay, thank you. I think that in addition to what Auntie have said, I've always maintained that there's no one person who can do everything. And I think we are beginning to demonstrate that, even in bringing up the concepts that we want to identify who can lead this and who can lead that. And I think that even as net rights, we found ourselves in regional representation, said that net right doesn't have to, travel all the way from Accra to say Tamale to do work. And I think that is what we should all, call for. And in part of our work, we should begin to build the capacity of young people themselves to start leading their own, development agenda. Talking about mentoring, I can appreciate, because I have the same challenge with the people that I mentor. But we must all see that mentoring is not a one-time activity, it's a whole process. There are a whole lot of people who you could also be influencing without necessarily, getting in touch physically with them. And also, if you look at the situation of young people now, a whole lot of things also take their time, education and all of that. So we all need to put in emphasis to begin coaching them and managing the challenges gradually. As to whether it's activism or feminism, like Auntie said, I think it's a choice of words. If you want to do human rights work, you seriously have to be biased about women taking the forefront. If not, in as much as we all know that the human rights is for all of us to enjoy, there are still impediments and bottlenecks that pull women down that are very hidden, very systemic, and nobody can see it. And so it's okay to say we are doing human rights work, but we are also bringing to fore for people to understand that, yes, there's equality for you and I in education, but there are a whole lot of things that are pulling me down that you cannot see because you are a man. But I can point it to you. And I'm not surprised about the comments some of your young people say. And I think some of it, as feminists or women rights activists, we have to take note. I think there are serious concerns. And I think it comes from the way we frame, the framing, what we want to appeal to. There's male dominance, whether we like it or less. And feminism is not just about women. It's also about working with men and boys. And how do we get men and boys as allies to appreciate how their actions affect the things that we want? And so it's in the framing, it's in the advocacy that we do and how we carry ourselves. We cannot always be passive. In as much as we want to be assertive and ask for our rights, we should not be aggressive. There are moments we can be aggressive.
We must not do it today here and the other day we are there. We must stand in it and work towards it, because for me, a lot of people have mentored me on TV, my lecturers. Professor Ojigejapo on TV mentored me, and then she became my lecturer. Auntie Rose, I saw her on TV, and I eventually worked with her as an intern. So a lot of people have mentored me. For the younger generation to have thought leadership, please be mentored by your teachers. Even if you see them on TV, you admire them, learn from them, read on what they talk about. And then all of us, in a stronger voice, will pull this whole movement of feminism forward, so that what Net Right seeks to achieve will achieve. Because otherwise, all that we have done we'll come to nothing. But we don't want to do that. We want to keep the space on fire. We want to keep our voices louder and louder. And we want to keep the conversation going, no matter where. In the home, in every space that you find yourself, even in the church. Let them know that there's need for equality. And that is the purpose of feminism. And that is what we believe in, and I believe in. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. I'm sorry that we couldn't take more questions, but if there are some comments online, we won't be able to harvest any of the questions. If there are any comments online, we can read them, and we'll encourage folks online. Maybe the moderator for the next panel will give them the first opportunity to ask questions before we come to the room. Any comments online?
Yeah, so I just have one.
Okay.
And he says, I'm proud of you all for how far you've taken this journey. My submission is for all feminists, women's rights organizations to strengthen our system thinking and system planning, and to identify and extend to how to connect, partner, and collaborate, rather than competing with this. Rather than competing with this, I also strongly believe we will succeed in the right direction. Unity is power. Let's get united.
Thank you.
And I would like to remind all of us here.
Please, we are not done. Then you make your announcement after. Or?
I just want to.
Okay, sorry.
I've seen people taking pictures and posting online. Please remember to tag NetRight on Twitter as well as on Facebook. Thanks.
Since you are there, don't go away. Do you have any other announcement before I bring the curtain down?
No.
You don't?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're going to bring the curtain down on this one. I'll just pick two things from the last round of comments. One being that mentoring isn't just the person that you go and hold at the end of the meeting. Auntie Akusia, I like your hair. Can I be your mentee? And then we meet. Gloria is reminding us that you may have some mentors that you do not physically engage with, and maybe at some point you actually, so you can allow yourself to be mentored through listening to people, reading them, following them, and so forth. I also want to pick up on the issue. It wasn't, the word masculinities was not directly used, but I think I heard it in what was coming out, because we need to mentor and reach out and deal with patriarchy also by investing in the lives of young men. Somebody once came to me and said, you know, her son was still single and my daughters are still single, and he's a little bit immature, but he's a good boy and he needs a woman who will, you know, pull him along. And one of my daughters overheard it. She said, hey, these days we don't have time to be training our husbands, so they must come fully formed and well educated. They don't have time to baby anybody in a relationship. So please, let's make sure that our young men are fully formed and ready for the young women out there. Thank you very much. I've really enjoyed this session. Let's give our panelists a hand. And my good self, Akusia, you please clap for me as well and yourselves. Thank you very much.
And so we will give them the rain clap. You remember the rain clap? Okay? I think we should stand for this. We've been sitting for some time. Okay. So the rain clap will start by... No, this time is the rain clap. So, you know, before it rains, the wind will blow, then it will drizzle, then it will rain heavily, right? So the wind will blow, it will drizzle, it will rain heavily, then thunder will strike, and then there will be lightning, right? So the lightning will be shh. Huh? Lightning before thunder. Okay. So for this purposes, let's do thunder before lightning, okay? Okay. So the wind is blowing, is drizzling, it's raining, it's raining heavily. Thunder, lightning. Shh. Thank you. Thank you. You know, climate change has changed everything, right? So actually the tender can now come before the lightning. Thank you very much. Do we have any comments online? Okay, so I'm told that we are still setting up just because there was. So thank you so much to the panelist and the moderator for this session. There was one thing I forgot to do, and basically, we would like to see consent from everybody here for the pictures that we are taking and the videos that we're taking to be used for our social media visibility as well as other platforms. If you are not comfortable with us using your image, kindly see Cynthia at the back. Cynthia, can you wave at us? Thank you very much, and let us know. So, okay. So, another reminder is, you remember the heart shapes and the hand shapes and the feet, right? So please don't forget them. Kindly write something, write love messages to us and to the panelists, okay? And then just lift it up, and then we can come round and pick them. Yes, so the hand is the skill. The hand is the skill. I think one skill I have learned is the mentoring. There's no one way. The feet is what you can work with. The tool you can work with. And the heart is a passion that has been ignited in you. A passion that has been ignited in you. So if we can spend the next 1 minute to write those up for us, we would appreciate that. Thank you very much. So are we done writing? Our online participants, please give us your comments as well in the chat box. Any passion that has been ignited, any skill you have learned, or any tool that you can work with based on the first session we just had. It could equally be on the video we saw earlier, or the presentation Auntie Hamida did, or the panel discussion that just ended. So please, kindly add your name to the write-up, just your first name. Just your first name. We want to be able to come back to you if we need a picture from you to help post it and make it more professional. Yeah. So, thank you very much. Cynthia. So it is time for lunch, and I think we should clap for ourselves because it's 12:27. So which one do we want to clap? I think the wow clap. Which one is the lunch clap? Can you teach us that one? We don't know that one. Okay, so let's do the wow clap because this whole morning has been wow, hasn't it been? Okay, are we ready? You know the wow clap, if you don't look at me, you can't really do it. So you need to look at me so that you can see the actions. Okay, so, wow. 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 Okay, so thank you. Enjoy your lunch. So lunch is up behind us. You go through those doors, and lunch will be served in the other room. So the online people can also go for lunch. Please remember that our next session starts at 1:30. And so we should be seated at 25 minutes past 1. No Ganama time, right? Please, if I can have your love messages, please. Thank you very much. Online participants, please remember to give us your messages in the chat boxes. Online participants, we are on break. Do enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Thank you. It's on the program. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please, let's go for lunch. 25 minutes past 1, we will be seated. You say? You want to take pictures? Go join them, paparazzi. These people, they love pictures. Thank you.
Hello, I'm making this announcement. Please pass it on. When Women Speak will be showing at the Institute of African Studies tomorrow at 3 p.m. So you are welcome to come and enjoy it. It will be moderated by, what's her name? Shamima Muslim will be our moderator. So she will have a discussion with the producers and the director after the film. So please spread the word. Institute of African Studies, 3 p.m. tomorrow. Thank you.
picture way, what you call to Facebook, don't cause trouble. The picture is too nice to go with trouble. Okay. So time up, time up, time up. Okay, hello everybody. So we have 2 more minutes to get seated. I just felt that I should share some of the love letters I received before we went for the break. I'm not going to mention names, just the write-ups. So somebody says, so somebody says she's learned to be patient with mentoring because it's a process. And then another says that my passion is about bridging the intergenerational gap. The youth should really be pulled along as we move forward. I have received comments from some colleagues where they claim that gender issues is usually a thing for old women. Another says that we must be political at all levels. Feminism and activism is just choice of words. In dealing with women's rights, we will definitely be biased. This is the way to go. So, these are interesting, right? So another says that I have been touched with the fire to also empower more women to fight for their rights. Also, enlighten men that think women can't rub shoulders with them. Finally, educate men and some women that think that women that are activists or feminists are divorcees, widows, unmarried, and bitter-hearted women who are fighting men for their positions. So somebody says that I have learned to ask for consent of participants I work with before posting anything that includes them on social media. Yeah, this is something that is good to do. Sorry, some of the handwritings I can't see, so I don't want to butcher what you have written. So some of them are, if I don't read them, it isn't because it is not exciting. It's just because I am unable to read the handwriting, and that is my, my fault. It isn't yours. So others are saying that their passion has been watered to do more. And somebody said the discussion touched my heart. Okay. So these are a few of the love letters. As the sessions continues, please feel free to write more love letters for us. Thank you. Okay, so it's 1:30 exactly. Just a few announcements. Our participants online, I hope they are back from their break as well. So welcome back from the break, our participants online, and thanks so much for being with us through the process. So I'm told that those of us who stay around Tema, you are reminded that there is a curfew today. Yes, and so for your own safety, hello, hello, I hope you are listening to me. This morning we didn't set our ground rules, but it was based on the assumption that on our feminist principles, we respect each other's views and opinions, right? So I hope as feminists we remember them. Okay, thank you very much. So there is a curfew at Tema. Those who live around that area, please, we are proposing that you leave early, most likely after 2 p.m. Yes, we are told Tema. So, okay. So the curfew is at 7. The advice is that you should be home by 5. So just information. So before you leave, just prompt Cynthia so that she is aware. Thank you all. And I hope you all enjoyed lunch. Okay, that's good to know. So we are still having the National Feminist Forum of 2022. Hello. So, and the theme is enhancing activism in the women's movement, mobilizing for inclusion and diversity. And those of you who ate rice balls, start preparing to give us icebreakers. So, yeah. So this afternoon, we are going to have another panel discussion. And we're going to look at the strategies to strengthen women's mobilizing in Ghana. So we'll be looking at bridging the intergenerational gap. The morning session touched a little bit on that, but we will be speaking more on that this afternoon. We will equally be looking at transformative leadership and then innovative ways of building a formidable and vibrant movement. So the moderator for this session is the head of program and policy and campaigns for NORSAC, and she is Hafsatu Sumani. Please, let's give her a round of applause. So she will be having this session with a gender and labor expert of GAU of the TUC, Bashira Tukamal. Bash, you see how you get fans. Then Amanda Odoy, who is a lecturer at UCC, will equally be a panelist for this session. And then we have the executive director of New Dawn, Patricia Fafa Formadi. Thank you all very much. Please do remember that You are to tag us on Twitter on all your posts at NetRight. And if it's on Facebook, NetRight Ghana. Thank you. Please, let's clap for them. Let me equally remind our online participants that this time we will give you the opportunity first to if you have any questions. So please do get ready. If you want to type your questions in the chat box, feel free to do so. But if you equally want to speak, we will give you the opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon to us all. Hey, this lunch, what happened? Good afternoon. Okay, thank you very much. I think I just want to do a little more introduction to the panelists, at least in details, for us to know who they are. Right to my left is Bashira to Kamal. She's a feminist, organizer, journalist, unionist, gender, labor and safeguarding specialist. So you can imagine all these in this woman. She works with the General Agricultural Workers Union of TUC Ghana as the Gender Equality Officer. Her duties include working to ensure that collective agreements, policies, and legislations are responsive to the needs of all categories of workers, especially vulnerable workers in the workplace. She leads several union campaigns on the provision of child care facilities, maternity protection, and eliminating violence and sexual harassment in the workplace. She's a fellow in charge of the Gender and Equality Pillar and a council member of the Center for Social Justice. She holds a master's in labor and global workers' rights with a graduate minor in adult education from Penn State University, bachelor's in human rights management, diploma in development leadership from the Coady International Institute, and an advanced diploma in journalism. She's a cohort of the Ghanaian Women's Social Leadership Program by Robert F. Wagner Institute of New York University or what? And also to say that she's one of the leading members of she's one of the lead members of the Fix the Country team, and so she's been a serious advocate around that. Let's welcome Bashira too. Yes.
What she forgot is president of all the mates.
So our next panelist is in the person of Amanda Odoi. She's also a feminist, gender and social justice advocate, and an academic. She's a research fellow at the Center for Gender Research, Advocacy and Documentation, University of Cape Coast, where she has, for the past 9 years, engaged in teaching, research, advocacy, and capacity building training on women and gender issues for the university community and external bodies that seek her services. Amanda is the Ghana Alumni Ambassador for Australia Award Africa and served as the gender consultant on the Australia Award Africa Gender Equality and Social Inclusion Alumni Panel from 2016 to 2020. She's a fellow of the Center for Social Justice and an ambassador for the African Science Frontier Initiative. Her research interests are in sexualities, gender-based violence, and masculinities. She is currently co-researching on feminist organizing in the 21st century. Let's welcome Amanda Odoi. From the extreme left, we have Patricia Fafa Formadi. She's a development practitioner and director of New Dawn for Social Development. She was formerly a staff of Women Development Project, WADEP, and University for Development Studies, respectively. She has worked over the years on gender and development issues of concern to women, youth, children, and socially excluded, and is passionate about gender and resource management. She's also a women's rights advocate, especially for women, children, and the vulnerable. With a background in gender, personally, and family resource management, she has developed strategic intervention to promote sustainable improvement in socioeconomic and political lives of the vulnerable, especially women, youth, and children, and other socially excluded in rural and urban areas in Ghana and beyond, to make the desired impact and bridge the gender gaps. So let's welcome all the panelists. So you're all welcome. So this afternoon, we are going to have a conversation around bridging the intergenerational gap. I think we started something like that. So I will continue with that conversation. And I would like each of you to just give at least 2 minutes. For me, I think that we started in the morning, and so I will continue to ask this question. What should we do as women to bridge the intergenerational gap? With this question, I would like us to focus on strategies to enhance that. So I go with, should I go with the lecturer? So let me go with the one who has done much research to see.
Okay, thank you very much, and I'll thank Detroit for giving me the opportunity to be here. I think a number of the issues have been raised since morning, but for me, based on my experience and also a presentation I did in the same space a few months ago, I think intergenerational gap bridging requires meaningful and conscious efforts by everyone to make sure that this is what we want to do and this is how we're going to go about it. That will also mean that as feminists, we'll have to have a strategy of mapping out what the intergenerational issues are and the gap where we are looking at and what steps we have to put in place to do that. After we have identified that, I think one thing about intergenerational engagement in Ghana that I have observed is the issue about respect even for the younger ones. Because we have this culture of, I am the adult, what I say is right. But the current generation does not go by that. We have this, we've couched our own identity and have an understanding of the things we want to do. So we have to respect each and everyone's opinion across the generations, appreciate what each and everyone is bringing to the fore. Because we have different skills, we have different understandings and different lived experience. Also, we have to recognize the opportunities that each person or each group brings. And one thing, as we're having a discussion here, is that we have acknowledged the fact that it is important that we engage across the generations, but what strategies are we putting in place is one thing that is key. What is our commitment towards that is also very important. And we have to trust the younger generation. We have to trust the fact that they can continue what the older generation has started. And that even if they're using different approaches, it's nothing different from what they're doing. We need to build their capacity as well. If we think that there's something we have started as an older generation that the younger ones need to, let's build their capacity to be able to do that. What I know as a feminist and as a gender researcher is that the issues haven't changed much. What is changing is the approaches that we are all engaging. And so how are we going to blend the two to make sure that it works? And how are we going to build capacity for it to work across the various generations? And then mentorship, which has been mentioned since morning. So how do we mentor each and everyone? In the presentation I did, what I said was that the older generation are skilled in theories and around feminism and then the skills, other skills. How are we teaching the younger generation so that they add on and build on? How are we going to appreciate all kinds of feminists that we have around, those addressing different sexuality issues. I was very happy when it came up this morning. We will not all be interested in the same things. So how do we tap into the various resources that everybody is skilled in and engaging? I think this is how we can build an enhanced generational discussions around feminism.
Thank you very much. Patricia, can we hear from?
Thank you. As my colleague has said, intergenerational gap stems from the differences in opinions, politics, and values. And how do we align our values as a generation with the new generation? Yes, if there are differences in their values, there is no way we can bridge that gap. And bringing them together, creating the space for them to share. And we share our values and see how we can align them. And sometimes it's just the way we present it. But when you do the analysis or the critical thinking, you realize that it's the same. And then appreciate what they have and what we also have. Then together, we strategize to move as a team. Then we also should not forget about encouraging ourselves for reverse mentorship. In our context, in our culture, there is a gap between the adults and then the youth one. We have been socialized in a particular way that give that respect, give the space to the elderly one. And then they tell us, they inform us what is right because they have a lot of experiences. But the world is changing. It is no longer like that. We need to learn from the youth, the younger generation, and they also learning from us. So there is the need for a reverse coaching mentorship. We allow ourselves, if I have the opportunity, I'll allow them to coach me, to tell me what they know, to tell me what they have. And I appreciate it and add mine to it. For all that, they are the same thing. But the way it is presented, and somebody will tell you, even the tonation that we use brings the difference. So when we all create that friendly environment and put it across, we realize that no, we have this, whatever they have is the same understanding, and together we can move it together. I was telling people, okay, the organization, we belong to a network, and they were giving us some training on communications. How to use, is it the canvas or something? Then at a point in time, they said, we should go to Padlet. Where the hell do I know Padlet? Then it was on Zoom. So I raised my hand, what is Padlet? And they said, do you have that program on your system? And I said, which program it is? So I have to step aside. And then they have assigned a younger one to me to take me through the process. So we need to allow ourselves also, though we are from the other generation. And then we train for replacement. If we want the gap to be filled, train them to be like you, to work like you, to have the vision that you have. Then they will understand that, yes, we need to bridge the gap and take over when you are no longer there, or when you are tired, not to be able or to be as active as you use. So creating that environment or space, I see it as paramount. Respect in one another and trusting that they can do it. We model them. Then they will have the confidence to take over from us. Other than that, if we are not there, all the efforts that we have made over the years will come to naught. But I just want to believe that Network is trying to do that. Because in 2000, when this process started, I think some years ago, if I'm right, the people that I saw or I know are stepping behind and pushing the young ones forward. And that is the only way we can work, we can bridge that gap and move forward. Thank you.
Okay, Bashira, what are you seeing?
Thank you. I'll just add a few to what they've. It's working, yeah. So to add to the point about spaces, what I'll add to that is to say that we should create spaces that are safe, so that even in a space like this, if I'm very sure that whatever I say may not be used against me anywhere, or I will not be taken out of context, it may be the motivation that will push me, to engage more than maybe if there was to be a case where I think or I feel like whatever I say may be used against me, I'll call back and not open up as much as I should as well. Then in terms of tagging, it also comes along with the spaces. If younger people are consistently reminded that things were not done this way, so if we are doing it this way, it is wrong. I mean, nobody will want to come up to do things for the group as well. And beyond that is also the issue about words used like young people are aggressive, young people are this, young people are that. I mean, I think that learning is a continuous circle and we never end it. So if there are instances where people need to learn or know some things, there's a way that we say it, like you just said. There's a way that we put it and the expression that we attach to it to make it more civil and show some level of respect to the other group. And this goes both ways, both to the younger people and the older people. Because young people may also make certain comments that will also go against the older generation, like they may be colo or whatever, and which is also, it doesn't sit well. So when we do that, we don't create safe spaces for ourselves to engage and for continuous engagement as well. Then in terms of, I became who I am because I think I was identified earlier as a student leader. And that was way back in 2006. And I have been there till now. I was a student leader. Abantu will invite us for programs, and I stuck. So I'll go for all the meetings, Women's Manifesto, Net Right, Affirmative Action, all of it. And they knew that I was a student leader. I didn't pay any dues to anybody. But the spaces were created for me to learn, from people and also to learn in workshops. And I remember at a point, even in workshops like this, the young females who were aspiring for student positions would come for meetings and workshops like this, and then we would do fundraising. And people were putting money in envelopes to support the campaigns of those who were aspiring for SRC and NUCS positions, And the money would not be enough, but they were using those monies for communication. If you have to call people to even campaign. Those were the times when I was brought here, and I've been here since then till now as I speak. Then sharing of the success stories. I like when women speaks, fantastic. But I still, we made recommendations to Prof that maybe there should be another when women speak that talks about the different generations and how organizing has been done throughout the processes, And there are other women whose stories need to be told, that we have to say it. If I'm not here today, maybe I can talk about Auntie Amida, but Franca may not be able to talk about Auntie Amida. So how do we talk about the rest? And it is important that we document this. If we are going to recognize that we can all not do the same things, but there have been people before us who have done different things. So hearing the story of the one who has done something that is of interest to me is important, so that I will know where to pick up from when I'm learning in the cycle. Then finally also is the traditional and new media. I mean, we are using different strategies to organize and to do advocacy. But in all of these strategies, there are differences and there are dangers attached to it. And we should know how we lend that solidarity to ourselves. We know that some of you may not be able to use social media, but you may be able to engage people who use social media to also tweet and use the hashtags that we are using, online. Then when issues come up, we still expect that shoulder for us to cry when we go wrong, and also for us to be spoken to, when things are going in a direction that it probably shouldn't be as well.
So let me just continue from there and ask this question. Do you think we are acting enough? Are we really putting action to closing the gap? That is one. And from the end of the younger generation, do you see them taking space? So if we can look at that as well.
Well, to be very honest with you, the younger generation is not waiting for anybody to give them space. That one, I'll be very honest. They are taking the spaces by themselves. So on that score, I would say that the younger generation have a certain quest and test to learn, and they are doing it. So it's either you create the space or I'll bring another chair to sit in the space with you. That is happening. And then when it comes to the other part of whether we are active enough, is that what you say? Is that what
are we doing the action?
Oh, yeah, I think that's what I mentioned, the traditional and the new media. They are happening in different times. If you go to Facebook, for instance, I'm sure maybe most of the younger people here are familiar with things that have been happening in terms of advocacy for women's rights. But they may not be familiar with things that are happening on the ground when it comes to maybe the traditional way of organizing and advocacy. But some of us have been privileged to be part of both, so we know. And then also there is this issue about the younger generation online. It's been a little difficult, honestly, very difficult, because about 90% of those online, because I'm part of that community, they learned feminism, gender activism, what gender is, women's rights. They learned everything online, and they learned it from their peers. So if your peer is teaching you the wrong thing online, that is what you pick up. There have not been enough effort to bringing all of them together in one space, to teach them what the real thing is. And that has been one thing that we have missed. And going forward, that is one thing we should do. I think last year or last 2 years, myself and Net Rights did one that was supported by Plan, where we brought 20 of the online young feminists. Franca was there, and a few others together in a room, and got resource persons to take them through gender. And they were very happy. Some even said that it was the first time they were sitting in a class that they've been told what the meaning of gender itself is. They only read posts, and then they read papers from people to read and learn to guide their advocacy. But sitting in a session like this and be guided through the process has not happened much. And I think it's one of the things that we should also be targeting going forward.
Okay, so Amanda, what do you think are some of the platforms we should create for these young people? I mean the younger generation. And they are also in phases.
Yes.
The younger generation is also in phases. So
yes. I think one key thing that is we need to do is to identify them first. Because we talk about younger feminists, the younger generation, but who are they? Where are they? So I'm glad that efforts are being put in place to identify and tease out who they are. But I think the most important thing is to build capacity. Because when you look at social media spaces, one of the greatest backlash we are having right now as feminists is the discourses around feminism and who is engaging and the understanding of who they are. And this is where it's also important that these intergenerational discussions are happening. So the key platform is social media. That's the best way to reach out to the younger ones. So who are we putting in these spaces to make sure that we engage them? And so as we're having these discussions here, we understand who are the ones that have the skills, who are the ones that have the following on social media, that will build their capacity to engage other people online. Afterwards, we identify them and bring them around. As we have such spaces, we can create smaller groups of training them and building their capacity. I think another key platform is in educational institutions. How do we go into schools, tertiary, senior high school levels to train these girls around issues of gender and feminism, just so that we create the future? Because we understand that if we bridge this gap, then there's sustainability for feminism and feminist engagement. So social media is key, the schools that we engage them on, and also creating the spaces to build the capacity. Is there anything being done well? I think the work I'm doing with a colleague, she's Loretta, looking at feminist organizing. I was impressed to know that the groups into Bash, Hijab is an Identity is one, Pepper Them Ministries is one, and how older feminists reach out to them to support them.
So we can identify various spaces, if it's individual, one-on-one directly, or engaging, training people to engage them in different spaces are some of the ways in which we can build capacity. Also, a focus on male femme activists or male allies is also one key way through which we can reach the younger ones. What I have identified as an academic is that these young girls trust these men better. In issues of sexual harassment and all that, they go to them. So how can we build capacity of men as well to understand these issues such that when they go to them, they can also engage them as one important platform through which we can bridge this gap.
Okay.
That we, yeah.
Auntie Pat, we've talked a lot around membership drive and all that. How radical should we be now? Because I think we've sat on the table several times at NetRight meetings asking ourselves, so let's do membership drive. And then we finish talking. The next time we meet again, we are coming to say, oh, there was a challenge, you know. How radical should we be in this?
How radical? We need to be a bit more proactive because we are doing a lot, but I think there is still a lot to be done because there are a lot of organizations that are working on human rights, women's rights, but they are not part of NetRight. They see NetRight as, should I say, only aggressive women's group. Because at a point in time, some of us, or I, have also suffered the brunt of the labels. And I'm comfortable with it because I have a goal. I know what my passion is. I know what I'm aiming at. And I know what I want to achieve. Yes, it is something that was some years back a driving force for us to do what we are doing. Because we don't want to see ourselves witnessing or continue to observe that and also bring the necessary changes and the desired impact. How do we do it? We need to continue with the mobilization drive. And then we need to build capacity and groom the young ones to be motivated enough and occupy certain strategic positions. Unless we get them there, all our struggles and efforts will become stunted or slow in growth. And the young ones that, when you go to the social media, there is a lot of misconceptions. And how do we correct that for the others also to come on board? My sister mentioned something about the educational institutions. We have a lot of organizations, even as members of NetRight, that are working with educational institutions. And I want to believe that sometimes we pick the program alone without mainstreaming what gender is, and then even if it is right, we take the right in isolation. And immediately we step out, the institutions or the antagonist, if I'm allowed to use that word, they neutralize what we have come to do. Could you imagine going to an institution to have a program on rights, women's rights, and then the moment you step out, they tell you, hey, if you follow those people, you will not get husbands. You will not get employment. As if the ultimate goal of women in life is to have, yes.
Okay.
You know, but let's say if you strategize to tie the right with the responsibilities, you know, though you are putting the message across, but you are also telling them that there is a responsibility that goes with the right. It softens it. And then they buy the idea. And then the organizations are able to influence the people. And the people come on board. Hey, which organization is preaching that? We want to be members. And I also want to, maybe net rights, to look again at the criteria that they have set for membership. Yes, we have individuals, we have organization. Currently, I don't know what is the criteria for the individuals. Can we make it a bit more flexible if there is a rigidity? Can we make it a bit more flexible so that the young ones come in to learn? Then that will be a reckoning force for our mobilization if we really want to pull the numbers. And without the numbers, we cannot get there. And let's also target, even as far as the primary schools, there are a lot of right activities going on there. And rights and responsibilities sounds very well. And as they grow, they will not depart from it.
Thank you very much. That leads us to the next conversation. And I think net rights, the membership drive thing, there was an online thing. I don't know how flexible I didn't read the individual parts.
Yeah.
So maybe you respond.
I'll come in on that. I think for the past 3 years, I've been mobilizing a lot of younger feminists to join Net Right. And at some point, I actually spoke with the Secretariat about the criteria. And one of it was for an individual to find existing members to write, what do they call it? Recommendation, you know. And because I was the one who was actually getting these young feminists online to join, my name was always there. So I have to keep writing, you know. They will send me emails, I have to respond. Then when we discussed, they agreed that since they know me and I'm a member of NetRight, then they will call me, you know, just to confirm that I know this person, and then I'll say yes, and they will do it. So at some point, I think the Secretariat on this one they are a bit flexible around the membership. Because if I can't get 3 people, like I know almost everyone here, but if it's a new person who knows just Bash, I will have to speak with Amanda. And I've done that. I have to speak with people, you know, that I have given your name to this person to use you for recommendation purposes. So when it comes. So it's something that I think the Secretariat is very flexible on. And I will personally want to commend them because it has gone down, the emails that I have to receive to recommend people. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So that leads us to the next one. I just want to find out, when we just give that statement, transformative leadership, what comes to mind? I just want us to appreciate what comes to mind when we mention that phrase, transformative leadership. Again, let me go to the lecturer first. So that when we come from the classroom, we look at what we have been doing.
I think for me, transformation leadership looks at how a leader is able to bring people on board, to buy into an idea and push for a change in achieving it. It is how a leader is able to inspire, get people committed to buy into an idea. So transformation leadership is all about change, but achieving positive change in an inclusive manner. That's how I take transformational leadership.
In our line of work, Bash and Pat, how do you see it, transformative leadership?
Transformative leadership should be a process to change the person and then the social systems. Because we are looking at transforming. So if the leadership style is not structured in such a way that the people you are leading are changing themselves from the status quo, and then as well as changing the system that we work with, then we are not heading anywhere. Because all the work that we are doing as women's rights development practitioners, activists, advocates or what. We are aiming at changing the systems that operates around us. Thank you.
When you asked first, I was going to say it's Patricia Essel. Because she has been doing a lot of training around gender transformation and all of that. So immediately you mentioned it, her name, I was like, okay, it's Patricia Essel. Let's go ahead to respond. Yeah, so I think that for me, I will align it to the principles of feminism, which I will single out issues around inclusion and co-creation. You know, how well are you able to bring everyone to be part of the conception of the idea through to, you know, getting resources through to implementation? How well are you able to not discriminate against everyone? Because sometimes unconsciously in our own work, we also discriminate against people without noticing. And other times too, we do it deliberately because of the fact that you might not have enough resources to pull you through, so you wouldn't have any choice. But I think we should be very deliberate in our work. It doesn't matter how much we have. When we want to be very inclusive, we can't be very inclusive as well. So I see it to be being inclusive, you know, working in the spirit of co-creating, and then respect for everyone, devoid of where they stand. And particularly, I'll mention the issue that came up with marriage, you know, marriage and childbirth. I'm not sure it should be part of our discussion. If you are a leader and you are looking at people with a certain eye with regards to marital status, or whether they are a parent, whether they are a mother, let me use that word, you know, whether they are a mother, and when you have certain expectations of those people, I think it limits your ability to be inclusive enough in our work as well.
Okay, so now before we go to the audience, how should we facilitate this? Who should do that, and at what platforms? As we talk about transformation, transformative leadership, how should we facilitate it? Who should do it, and at what platforms?
I think all of us, individuals, organizational, friendship levels, school level, and all. I think individual, because on our own we can make net right or make it, you know, and that includes how we are able to mobilize more people to join net right. How am I able to, if I see an opportunity, funding opportunity for any of the member organizations within net right, am I able to immediately identify and then share with them and support them to apply for such? Then organizational, because NetRight collectively has a role to play. And at one point, I had a discussion with Auntie Pat, you know, and I said that, is it possible that whilst organizing younger feminists to be part of NetRight, there would be the agenda of creating a separate WhatsApp platform for them? You know, yes, I said this because the channel, the medium of conversation, I don't know, sometimes the choices of words, you know, and other things may not sit down well with other people, and you may want discussions and conversations to happen. So if sometimes we are all in the same, especially when it comes to WhatsApp platform, it may create a lot of issues, and we want to avoid it if we want to work together, we want to coexist at some level. So it's collective and individual. And then also when it comes to the schools, we used to work a lot with the women's commissioners of the universities, a lot. All the programs, you see them there. The Women's Commissioner of Legon, GIJ, you know, all the universities around, and of NUCS too. I think that has stopped, and we have to retrace where we missed that to get them back on board. Because that is where some of us were identified, and we've been here till now. So to be a women's commissioner means that the person has already shown interest in women's work. You know, so it is good that we build it from there, because it helps, really. It really helps.
So that goes to the university level. These days there has been concerns around, now this student leadership thing, political parties are now influencing them and all that. Some of us think it's positive, others think that it's negative. What should we do as a group that we are trying to also build leaders and we believe that this younger generation should also take over us, yet we still have these penetrations and all that? Do we think that we should go with that? They should still be influenced, and then we find our way of ensuring that they do what we want?
This one, I'll say something before. Because this has always been the practice. Yes. Politicians are not sponsoring student aspirants, it not be today. Long day, even before me, I came to NUS. It's been there. And if you remember, I said we used to come for programs for Abantu and Women's Manifesto, and we would go collecting money. It was because those women were not getting money from any political parties. And they needed to contest elections. So the only platform we had was at the meeting. So we'll be calling Auntie Amida to invite us for training programs. Sometimes it will just be meetings that we are not supposed to be there, but we will still come. And we'll bring envelopes and handkerchiefs and collect the money, and they will use it to make posters. And there have been times when Abantu itself, Abantu was the one who was printing posters. So we will identify the women who are contesting election on the campuses. And then we will take their pictures and the positions and details for Abantu. Then Abantu will print their posters. And they will take it back to the school. And then the money we get, they will use it to buy call cards. Those yellow things, MTN time. Yeah, you know. And then, yes, that's why I'm saying that if we create other avenues for resource mobilization, some people will not be funded politically. I was not funded politically, but I won the election for Women's Commissioner for NUCS, you know. So we also have to be up.
Is it bad now that we still have that? I just want those responses, and we agree. We need to support the younger generation. Now they find themselves in so many corners, but we need them. So should we do that?
I think being a member of a political party does not change your focus as a feminist or not, and whether you're going to be a transformative leader or not. So, and I think having so much funds and support is something that is not wrong either. We are looking forward to seeing these women also growing up to take up political spaces. So if they are identifying these political platforms right now to be able to build on for the future, then there's nothing wrong with it. What is important is what they do with that position and what happens to them. So we need to build their capacity to be able to negotiate these political spaces very well, because we know a number of young female political aspirants who experience sexual harassment through the support structures that they get. So whilst they are financing them and giving them those supports and platforms, how do we as net rights and feminists also encourage and build the capacity of these women to be able to take on the identity we want to see women leaders take on and all that? But for them taking up the space, I think it's good. It offers them the space to build on their political career. And we are looking at women representation in political leadership as well as national decision making. So I think this is one way that we have to learn to collaborate with these political parties, find out where their gaps are, what supports they are lacking that they are unable to achieve, and then how we're stepping as feminists and as women to support them.
Great. So you just end up, and let's see how that one goes.
Yes. The political party is supporting them. Personally, I don't see it to be wrong, but it has its advantages and disadvantages. When you look at the processes they go through, I always sit back to ask. Initially I didn't know that was it until I joined UDS. Then I sat back and asked myself, how many of these women, went through the processes to migrate into national politics? They just support them at the school level. They sing the hula baloo for the men to get the positions. And then after that, that is the end of it. You don't hear of them again. And the few of them who are even motivated to move forward, they start getting the catcalls. So if you are not a strong, willed-powered like some of us, you withdraw, never to show your face. Bash just said that she wasn't supported by any political party, but she won. And she's nursing her political ambition. And I'm pushing her hard. Yes. Yes, I'm pushing her hard because when we want transformative leadership, aside the grooming of our young ones, we need to motivate them, support them, give the direction to them to enter that political space. Because that is where the decisions are taken. That is where the policies are formulated. That is where the laws are. And when we see them there and we are shouting with our slogans, activism at the base, they'll understand what we are doing and then come back to us to have a discussion and come out with the policies that will trickle down or affect all of us for the betterment of us. So it is not wrong, but we need to build their capacity so that when they come to them, the negotiation is done and done well, not just to use them and then dump after they have finished their administration. And the issue of harassment, as we are grooming them, training them, building their capacity, we need to also support them to be strong because there are a lot of harassment at that level. And that is what is kicking a lot of them out. And that is what even families wouldn't like their young ones to be there. And that is why spouses wouldn't like to support their female spouses to also get there. We need to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I have always supported that. I have always, when young ladies come to our office and say, I'm vying for the position of women commissioner, and I say, that one we don't have to fight for it. And that is what I have always told them. It's women commissioner, it's only for women. Why do we want to struggle at that? Go for the secretary, go for the president, that I am fine with. And so when they come with the women commissioner, I always say that is not a competition. You know, when I say, I'm not saying, I just feel that these are only women's wing, right? And so definitely a woman will be there. We only need to know who should really still be there. But if a president comes, like Nook's president comes, and a women commissioner comes, honestly, I will support the Nook's president because that one is going to be a bigger, that is a different level of conversation we may want to have. But I feel that once they come out, because a lot of people have asked me, which party are you? We've seen you supporting young people here and there. And I say, I don't have a party. Once it's a woman going out there, I am more concerned around that. So, a word before I go to the general team. I want you to just give us at least 2 statements of how we should innovatively build a formidable and vibrant movement. In fact, this one, Bashir. How should we do it innovatively?
I think creating safe spaces, I'll go back to that. Yes, creating safe spaces for everyone where people will be free, and know that whatever they say, they are okay. And then I think being deliberate about our inclusivity. There are other young feminists who, when I invite to net rights programs, they tell me they won't come. They tell me they won't come because they probably heard someone made a comment about how online feminists or younger feminists online are doing the wrong thing. So they don't want to go to those spaces to go and fight. And they tell me all the time. And I remember when we had the training I said we had, and Professor Kosia Dakwa came to teach gender. When she came, she looked at them and she said, wow, I'm impressed and I'm happy. Today I'm going to learn from you. And then everybody became, the room changed. I don't know if it's because of her approach or how she engaged them along the line, but it was really good. So I think creating safe spaces is one, and then being very deliberate in being inclusive, how we are embracing everybody on board.
Okay, so let me hear from you.
Okay, I think that as we've started, we have to sustain the intergenerational outlook.
But I also think an important and innovative way is targeted mobilizing and engagement, and also identifying who leads what cause. So what issue are we interested in and who confronts it for us? Where is that person or which group? And one thing we have to know that based on our exposure to issues of feminism so far, a lot of people have identified as feminists. But in discussing issues around feminism, we have areas of interest. Some are into sexuality, some are into labor issues, which others won't engage. So how do we form our groups or mobilize around those issues? And we know when to use other people to front it. So we have to be very flexible in our approaches to engaging and all that. And I think a key innovative way is also social media. You asked how net rights can be radical. I think people don't know much about net rights. So how do we get people that are social media influencers that can pump out every issue and posts and all the activities around net rights in our various spaces together following? These are some of the ways we can be innovative about mobilizing. Because there are feminists that don't even know about net rights. So how do we get them to know? And these are some of the ways we can do that.
Okay, so.
Yes, I would say we should still get organized. You know, inequality and poverty, they are political. But with women's organizations or women's rights organizations, people feel we should continue with implementation. But we need those policies to support us to implement. So we need also to be political, so that when we strategize, we can see ourselves at the various levels in our political systems to make the implementations a bit more better for us. Because when we have the policies, it informs what we do on the ground. And then we can also hold our duty bearers to task when they are not delivering up to expectations. And then grassroots, we need to have a broader base. We are doing a lot, but we are not yet there. We have a lot of organizations that are scattered all over the country. How do we support them coming together? For them to have the understanding, because those are the grassroots. They are closer to the younger generations than we are at that level. So when they understand what they do, we do, and then they support us, then when they are socializing the young ones at the ground too, the message goes, the change message goes. So they don't hold to the dominant culture that is there and removing the soil under the root. And if we are not careful, we might be uprooted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been an interesting conversation. So I go on to our online participants. Do we have any comments, any additions or questions before we come to the in-house?
Online participants, if you have any questions or inputs, please raise your hand and you'll be given the opportunity to speak. Meanwhile, I will read a comment from Anne Apeki, and she says, "We train for a movement that continues and not to wait for people to grow old or get out of the scene before the younger feminists take over." Thanks. So I think the earlier conversation we were having, this is her comment. Thank you. Do we have any comments online? Or does anybody want to speak online? Okay, so for now we don't.
Okay, so in-house, do we have comments or any questions for the panelists? Whoa. I've seen 4 hands at the same time. Okay. So let me start with the middle. First that, yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the conversation, very important one. My name is Theodora, and I work with FOSDA. And I must say that I am really excited with this conversation because I have been trying to put together a group of young women in my youth network across the country. It's been very challenging, and that's the question I want to put to you. It's been very, very challenging because young women of today have a lot on their mind. Those I deal with. Employment issues, education issues, looking for money, blah, 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 blah. So it's very, very difficult to mobilize them, let alone get them to be interested. So I'm so excited you found some ladies online. So my question is, how do we get young women interested in this call? Because I think that not so many young women are so much interested in this call. From where I sit. So I'm looking for what can we do more to entice more young women into this space. Thank you.
Thank you.
There was a hand on this table and then behind the hey. Okay, you can.
Good afternoon. My name is Nina. I speak for persons with disabilities, Ghana Federation of Disability Organizations. On the issue of mentorship, I'd like to know what the mind of your panel is. Do we see young people as leaders of tomorrow or of today, or as collaborators of those who hold the helm of affairs today? There was a time when I was part of an organization drawing up a youth policy. And this youth are leaders of tomorrow issue came up. And it was bitterly contested by both the young and the old. The old said, you need to sit back and let us finish our work. And then you can come in. In the meantime, we will teach you. But we'll teach you what you need to know now that you are not in the helm of affairs. And when we are ready to leave, you can now take it up. And the young people said, well, if you operate with such an ideology, then you're only saying that we are not fit to ever lead until we are no longer young. So that issue came up. Net rights and women or people in the feminist movement. What is our thoughts on this? Again, I attended another feminist program, very similar to this. And this same issue of mentorship came up. Would you hold our hand and teach us? And a very respectable feminist said, no, you come and hold my skirt. Because if I hold your hand, I will have to drag you. And this sort of talks to Auntie Theodora's question. Are young people interested in feminist issues? Because let me speak for myself. I grew up knowing that feminism is a group of angry women. Pardon me. But why would I want to join a group of angry women? But I have also come to understand that what I do in my own space is another form of activism and feminism. So some of them may be doing it, but may not necessarily want to join the group. How do we get them to understand what issues of feminism and activism are, to be interested enough to want to either hold the hand or be motivated enough to hold on to the older women's skirts? Thank you very much.
Okay, so
Auntie Dorcas. And then there was another young person here who was.
Okay, so give it to her and then back. Oh,
there's one here.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not really asking a question, but I just want to add up something. Not so long, and then I often engage my colleagues on these particular issues. And then sometimes they come out with this statement, they just tell you to dog the whole thing because feminism or this gender whole thing is the thing of the old. Yes, that is how they actually address it. It is the thing of the old. It is just like my sister here said. It is done by some angry women. So it is women that are actually behind this whole thing. And there is nothing that is, it has to do with the young ones or a youth. So for me, I believe that we can, to strengthen this particular bond, to break this breach or this gap of intergenerational, we have to get the young ones on board. Just like every day we see the elderly people talking on radio, on TV, on all social media platforms, we should have the young ones speaking as well. And I believe that as those out there, the other young ones out there, when they see the young ones in the room that has been trained, yes, we do get that in-room training and mentoring, but we are not given much of that platform to speak out to the ones outside. So I believe that when the young ones, we the young ones come out, we are given that platform to talk, the ones out there will get to know that, no, this is not only about the older women. It's not something that has to do with only older women. Young as I am, we are all part and we need to take up with this. And I believe that would motivate them to get some sort of interest in this particular gender stuff. Thank you.
Okay, then and then behind.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aisha, and I'm a young feminist with the Center for Women in Development and Public Policy. First of all, I would like to express my pleasure being here. I'm very happy to be here. I've met a lot of people that I've been following and learning from on social media, and mine is also not a question, it's a suggestion. I have learned a lot today, but I would like to suggest that during our next meeting, as today we have talked about including young people and encouraging young people, I would like to suggest that during the next program or the next seminar or the next forum, we would have young people on the panel. And I would also like to suggest that as a way of getting young people to push this agenda, we would have to train young people. Some of us are already here. We are interested in whatever is going on. So I would like to suggest that those who are already interested will be trained so that during the training sessions of the young people would lead and young people would be able to bring out the issues, because it is the young people who understand the problems of the young people. Thank you.
So give it to, yeah.
Hello. Yes, thank you very much. In fact, she has spoken my mind. This is what I have been wanting to say. You know, part of the feminist movement is a commitment to giving voices to people who will otherwise not have it. So we have you there, not old, but at least thinking about the challenges and how we might bridge the intergenerational gaps, whereas we have younger people here who have their fears and worries and strategies as to how to even better integrate. So for instance, if we brought them, maybe some of them would have told us, like my sister said that this feminist said they should hold their skirts. They would have told us that sometimes they are even afraid to approach some of us because of the way we carry ourselves or assert ourselves, right? So I think that the point is made. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a hand online. If we can kindly take that one, because all day we've not given them the opportunity. So let's have either the comment or the question from our online participant.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Am I clear enough?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Thank you. I'm glad the young lady actually made a comment about the representation. It was actually one of the things I wanted to touch on, that at least we could have had a young person as part of the panelists. The other issue, which is a bit dicey for me, as a feminist on online platform, listening to the different types or categories of feminists, and the fact that there's a culture that is subtle on social media that creates sort of camps on social media with some of our feminist sisters. So that sort of classism that exists, and our level of patience and tolerance towards learning feminists, people who are genuinely naive about the whole conversation about equality, representation, equity, and all that. There are those intersections that exist as to whether the social media feminists that we have, we are willing and able to open up for these category of people to also fit into our shoes and learn and build their capacity to a level where we can confidently say that they understand the dynamics and the parameters that exist in this feminist space. Oftentimes, you find people creating conversations on social media, and if you are not part of their camp, it becomes another challenge that, okay, so you are part of these people, you are also part of these people, and we are all women promoting women equality, promoting gender equality. So if we begin to have these kind of unhealthy conversations on a very public space, which is social media, and it gets to a whole lot of people who are admiring us and trying to learn from us as feminists, we are mentoring them indirectly. They don't even know us, and we don't know them. But indirectly, they are learning from us. And yet, we come on social media and we create these unhealthy conversations. And I think that as net right or as feminist groups, we really need to pay attention to, and be deliberate about our actions and inactions on social media that seeks to promote feminism. And somehow, the people who are against us, and one of the panelists mentioned that the people who think that don't listen to them. If you listen to them, you'll not get married or you not be a better person, sort of. They begin to make a case for these inactions of ours. And so we really need to know that when we are on social media representing women and feminism in general, we are also indirectly mentoring people. And if we don't show and exercise our own rights clearly and respect other people's views and welcome other people's views irrespective of where they find themselves, we are likely to find young girls not expressing interest in these movement that we are creating, merely because we are the same people creating the challenges that we have on social media. And I think we should be a bit deliberate about this approach also. That's just my observation anyway. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fauzia.
So the last hand here, and then yeah. Or are you not asking your question?
Thank you. Oh. All right. So I had a lot to say, but your refusal to see my shorthand has made some of them go. But I wanted to add to what they were saying. The first one is the mentoring, the different approaches that could be used. I would say I am one of the fortunate ones that I was also targeted, I would say. And one of the things that some of these women have used on me that I think I've worked with, that some people here, today is my first time meeting them, but I've been sent a link, watch this person's interview, Auntie Amide's interview, I've been asked to watch once. What do you think about it? And in doing those things, I have learned some of the ways that they do things that have actually shaped how I even put programs together for my organization, and read a lot about some of the things, because most of them used to write in the newspapers. So I've had opportunity to read some of them to just learn for myself. Also, there have been times that Auntie Pat mentioned the reverse mentorship. I'm there, some will come. Hey, Franca, this is what is happening on social media. Mentias you, like, what is it about? So I'm always forced to learn about the things that are happening, to even know how to explain some of them to them. And example is when the LGBTQ issues started, I was there, one made a comment, and I think there was a whole bash on social media, like they were just bashing her left, right, center. She came to me, hey, Franca, man, this is what I said. Why shouldn't I have made it this way? And I told her that some things you can just sit down and then have us, we are there for you, because some things you wouldn't understand. So she comes to me, I'm there, she will call me. And then, so I'm calling you, this is what has happened. Should I say anything about it, or how should I say it? I tell her, like, this, and that. And so for her, she tells people that Franca has become my teacher too. So I think, and I see the respect that she gives me, and it's something that encourages me a lot in the work that I do. Also, net right. I don't know, but I don't know what myself or the organization, we are a young group of people. We are about 39 now, and most of them get opportunity for net rights programs. And even today, I told Bash, if there are opportunities, there are people that have come on board, I would want them to have training on gender-based violence. Because most times, if I am not at certain places, I have recognized that and want them to have such training as well. Because I still need more. And today, I'm going to hold some skirts here, as she said, so that the training could be more. And like Bash said, we are not waiting around for the old feminists to go away. We are already taking up spaces. I have taken my space. I'm a young feminist leader, and I recognize that. And so I will want to say that we are taking up spaces already, and nothing is going to stop us. Thank you.
Please, are you noting the comments? Okay,
Wow.
Thank you very much. Yes, I will not be very long. But I want to say one thing. It's all about understanding this terrain that we are fighting and what we are fighting for. That is very important. Because the issue of demands for gender equality is a struggle that you want to do to change relations that have been there for centuries, that have benefited one group of people against the other. And those people who have held that power, they are not going to give it very freely. So when you hear such myths about feminism is about old people, about disgruntled, unmarried, if I tell you the number of years that I have been married, you'll be shocked. No, married. The number of years that I have been married. And I have been in this struggle for so many years. So when somebody is telling you, this is fear-mongering. It is the same thing somebody coming to tell you that politics is dangerous. It's dangerous, but he is in there. And if you have been a student of politics, the best definition for politics is simple. Politics is about sharing of resources. Finish. Go and write it tomorrow to your political science professor, and he will give you an A. When they go to parliament, do they go there with cutlasses? They sit there and they divide the resources. This region will get 20 million, this region will get 40 million. You don't see them fighting. So why should they come and threaten us or frighten us by saying that politics is dangerous? And we believe that. The same thing we are now believing that feminism is dangerous. It behoves upon us to read about it, to educate ourselves about it. Go and read Maya Angelou. She was a feminist. Go and today when you get home and you have access to internet, go and look up Maya Angelou and what she has said about feminism, and then you will understand. If you sit there and you think people can come and tell you feminism is about old people, people who are disgruntled, people who are unmarried, and you believe it, it is because he wants to take you away from the struggle. He wants to take you away from the struggle because he is holding the power and he's not going to give that power very freely. So educating yourselves, education is important. Nobody can take that away from you. But if you sit by the roadside, if you sit in the classroom and your own peers who are going tomorrow to throw you away from the path of advancement, and you believe that it is so, that this issue of feminism is very dangerous for me, then I'm very sorry for you. I'm extremely sorry, because today we are giving you an assignment from here to go and read what feminism is all about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, we are giving the opportunity for people that we've not heard their voices today just because of time.
Thank you very much. A very important and great discussion. I'll try to be brief. So I think one issue I would like to just talk about is collaboration among the young feminists themselves. I think the focus has been really on strengthening the intergenerational gap, and we are forgetting collaboration among different young feminist groups. Because even as we sit here, I see about 3 different young feminist groups, and that's why there's all the bickering online about, what are you, and washing the, as people say, the dirty linen of the issues that feminists struggle with. And also, it really does come down to young feminists understanding that there are different opinions within feminism, and we can all tolerate each other toward the ultimate goal. But then that's where the guidance of the older feminists come in, because if young feminist groups cannot come together to work toward the common goal, it really will be a problem ultimately, and everything is just going to be a disaster. And then my last point is mapping. I think that we've had so many intergenerational conversations about how to strengthen the gap between the older and the younger feminists, but then there isn't really, from what I see, really concrete steps toward achieving that. And I think that toward that end, there has to be a deliberate mapping of the progress that is made toward that end. How many schools are we visiting this year? Who are the people that we've engaged as to that? And also define really what does young or younger feminists mean? Are we talking about senior high students? Are we talking about tertiary institutions? So I just hope that moving forward, we can create some kind of a structure where we map the progress, the active progress, the deliberate progress that is actually being made toward closing the gap. Otherwise, we'll always have discussions and nothing really will be done.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. I think I'll just give, in fact, we are left with 5 minutes.
Yeah, we have 5 minutes.
So can you use the 5 minutes to wrap up your responses? Please, I give you each 1 minute to respond.
3, okay. So, hey, plenty questions. So, all the comments, we take it. The first thing I asked Mandy when I saw her was, how did we end up on the same panel? and she said we have to ask how we both ended up on the same panel, because I'm categorizing myself, we are the same. That's what I'm thinking. But the point is also that sometimes we also do assume that because people have reached a certain level, they are older. But it will shock you to know that I'm probably less than 40, as well. That was just by the way. But in terms of encouraging others, one key way to do that has been doing for people to see. And doing for people to see includes in our activism, in the media spaces, when there is opportunity to talk about feminism, women's rights, and all of that, you have young people talking about it. And it's a motivation to other younger people when they see one of their own. And I have had a lot of people telling me that they knew that they could also join it because I am doing it. One, as a Muslim woman, because it is not so common in the Zongo communities to see a Muslim woman who is married and have children doing the type of work that we are engaged in and doing. And I get the comments every single time that I'm involved in any advocacy or any hashtag campaigns that we do around, when you are on TV or when you engage people in workshops like this as well. Then in terms of the social media activism and clicks, some of us have done this for a very long time. And to do advocacy on social media, you need to have a certain type of skin. Otherwise, you won't even survive for 30 minutes. And there is a way some of us have survived it. There are people who will bully you in your DM. They will go to pages of other people and insult you on the same issue you are discussing, then come to your comment section to behave like they don't understand what you are talking about. They are lying. We know them. And they will intentionally want to drag you. So they will come for people to think that they don't know, they are asking to know, and you are not being patient with them. But it is not true. If maybe I attempt to open my Facebook direct message and show it on this screen, I'm sure some of you will put your hand on your head. The type of things people will throw at you. Someone has told me before that I have a smelly vagina. When we were doing Fix the Country, someone told me that my husband is a fool. And it was written on Facebook. And this same person will come and tell me that I want to understand feminism. I mean, it doesn't go together. When you see people who want to learn, you know them. So you don't waste the energy, the small energy you have. You don't waste it on somebody who has taken an entrenched position. Because also remember that social media advocacy that we all do is not paid. We use our own monies to buy our data. We use our own time. So I won't waste that time, small time I have. I won't waste it on somebody who has taken a certain entrenched position about who a woman should be, or how a woman should behave, or how you should eat, what times you should come and type on Facebook, what time I should be having sex with my husband. And people talk about all these things, and like we have agreed, I will not be interested in all issues. So if there is an issue that Franca is advocating, and I don't understand, and I can't be part of it, the best I can do is probably to sit back and learn. It doesn't mean sharing what Franca said or talking about what Franca said is what makes me a good feminist. I don't understand, and I don't want to destroy Franca's advocacy, so I choose to stay out. So I think that one should be very clear to us. And finally, please, on the young people, the leaders of tomorrow, my sister, we are the leaders of today. The UK, the new Prime Minister is 42. I mean, I think this is part of the reason why a lot of young people have called back. Because they think that the time is not up yet. So we need to open up. Finland had the youngest Prime Minister. The ministers were under 30 years. They've been working. So please, we are not leaders of tomorrow.
Okay, so thank you very much. So just briefly, a minute.
I think I'll start off with where Bash ended. Personally, I think you are collaborators now. and also leaders of tomorrow. Because we are collaborating now to build knowledge and capacity for the future. If you are not there now, you need to learn along the way. And about social media backlash, I think it's all about what Auntie Hamida said. It's about understanding of feminism. A number of us call ourselves feminists, but we don't even understand feminism and the principles around feminism and what it entails. So we are using personal experiences and like negative things we've heard. So there's this fear of F word around feminism on social media that we need to address. And then how to get young people to be mentored. I believe you have to speak their language. I think we need to learn about generations and characteristics and behaviors of various generations and what they understand and how you can engage them. Research shows that from millennials to the Gen Zs now, the only way you can entertain them is online. So don't be calling them face-to-face. Find ways of engaging them. Speak their language on the various platforms. Choose issues they are interested in. When they come, then you add feminism to it. Because feminism will not be a good starting point because we are facing a lot of backlash online. So what is the starting point that you want to engage them with? Speak that language and then you get them to come on board. And then finally, I believe that we need to build our capacity as feminists every time because issues keep changing. There's also this dynamics around elite feminists and then grassroots feminists. But then we also know that a number of feminists are educated girls and all that. But then people have this fear for those who are from schools and engaging and all that. Personally, when you see me one-on-one and you want to engage me to speak about issues of feminism in Chi, I will fail. Because that's not a language I engage in every time. So if there's somebody else that can do it, that's how come we need to collaborate and come together and do a lot of things. Okay. Mentorship is also not always direct and targeted. We've said this over and over. You can follow people on social media, you can read about works of feminists and learn from them. You don't always have to. And then one final thing is our challenge, a cultural challenge that we have. The respect for the elderly, and so we are afraid to engage them when we see them, or a powerful person. I said it the last time I was having a study program. There are certain women I have never walked up to, but I've seen them in various spaces. I feel shy to engage them, but I read about them and I'm learning from them. So if you can't approach people, learn from them and find other ways of engaging their knowledge. Thank you.
Okay, Pat, your last word. Can you have a minute for that?
1 minute, please. Thank you.
Okay, they say 1 minute. Let me try. Gender, feminism. We were made to understand that gender is for the men to leave the space, for women to take over. Feminism, the horrible meaning. It is your duty to find out the meanings yourself and use it to engage. If you accept what the others pump into you, then you will become like that, like them, and you cannot make the change that you wish to make. And we are talking of capacity building. Yes, when the opportunity presents itself, your capacity will be built. But you have the opportunity to learn. Education is now knocking at our doors. Our time, we never have the internet that you can go and Google. Auntie Dorcas never knew she is my mentor. Auntie Hamida, she's hearing it today. Angela Joamina Boaji, Hilary Dema, sorry I'm not using their titles to address them. And I know they are comfortable with it. Sherop Entrinsia, Auntie Benis Bedin, a lot of them, they were my mentors. When they have programs on the TV, I glued myself and then listened to them. Any material they have, net rights, when I come for their meetings, their end of year events, and I'm going, I collect every bit of materials they have. I go, lie on my bed and read about them, and then I Google issues and read. So please, we need to also learn how to develop ourselves. Otherwise, this fight, we can't get anywhere. We need to. Then, collaboration, they said a lot about it. Let us complement what we do as individuals and as organizations. As young ones and women, there shouldn't be a competition among us. That is why when Hafsa said, when you come to their office that you want to stand for women's organizer, it's not a priority to them. And then let us not forget, I always give this example. Some few years ago, I was working in a district, and by then, look at me, a whole executive director of an NGO, Education Oversight Committee. My organization is a member. So by default, I have to represent the organization. And I was the only woman. When I got there, the first remark of the political leader of the district was, hey, good to have a beautiful woman with us, at least we'll be serving us snacks. By then, I had my second degree, but my competency is in 7 snacks. And what did Patricia do? I just closed my file, went and put it on his desk in front of him, and I said, sir, if my ability here is just to serve snacks, forget it. And I walk out. They came to the office, they did everything. I said, no way. I am not going there again. So sometimes we need to be acceptive and do what we deem fit for the human race and for our development. Lastly, introduction of chairperson. I won't do it. Vote of thanks. I won't do it. If you give me MC, I will do. If you give me, how do you call it? Chairperson, I will do. Treasure in associations, I will not do. Yes, I have resolved that certain roles that they have assigned to women, I will not feature them. And that is that we have our names, but I'm comfortable with it. Marijata, Push Me No Go, Ashawo, we have all of them. It's part of us. And we have been married. Auntie Hamira said it, 33 years in marriage. But we are the disgruntled and married women. You don't know me. How do you describe me as ungranted and married? Meanwhile, it is my husband who taught me that men must also cook in the kitchen. That time I never understood gender. And when he comes, I've been pushing him, oh, leave the kitchen, leave. And one day he told me, Patricia, if you are doing that, one day you will look for me and you will not find me. Then with discomfort, I have to accept it before the education started. So please, let us start with ourselves. Then the others will complement our efforts.
Thank you very much. So I thank you all. And we leave this conversation saying that we need to encourage ourselves for the reverse and also for the reverse mentorship as we move on. We all have experiences at all the levels and we must bring them on board. We need to also trust the younger generation, and it's also a vice versa. The younger generation must also trust us that we really want to hand over to them as we move on. And then we all are responsible, whether individuals, in schools, and also at organizational level, in creating spaces for the younger generation and also mentoring each other. Thank you very much, and I hope that we had a good conversation.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. Please, does anybody have an energizer for us? We've been sitting for some time. Any energizer for us? Hajjal, I'm not you. Energizer. Hey, Mamu Buddha. Oh, okay, Hafsat is giving us. Please, we are having. Frank, I have to jump.
And in fact, so let's try to plug the mangoes. Let's raise our hands. We are using right hand first. Have you plugged one?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Can we use the 2 hands to plug? Are you getting it? Yes. Can we just jump to plug 2 mangoes? Are we okay? Can we plug another? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Please, ladies and gentlemen, we still have one session, please. Yes, we still have a presentation. Hello? we still have a presentation on gender equality in public life, looking beyond the numbers. And this presentation is going to be done by the convener for NetRight. She is the Dean, School of Information and Communication Studies. And she is Akosia Dakwa. Please, let's give her a hand of applause. Okay, let's give her the lizard clap. You remember the lizard clap? Okay, so the lizard is climbing, is climbing, is climbing, is climbing. He has fallen. Well done, well done.
Good afternoon. I'm coming at the end of the day, so I have to sing and dance so that your attention is maintained. I'm sorry I wasn't here this morning. I should have been here to welcome each and every one of you as convener. So I'll do it now. Welcome. Thank you very much that each one of you took time out of your day to be here. This is a very important conversation that we are having. And I came in late, but I heard some of it. And I'm sure that by the end of the day tomorrow, we'll be walking away with some really useful lessons to move forward. So is Patricia in the room? Patricia gave me a task. And I don't know if I'm delivering it to Patricia's satisfaction, but I'm delivering it to my satisfaction. So she asked me to speak on gender equality in public life, looking beyond the numbers. And I study women's work, and I study women in politics. So I had to make a choice between focusing on women in politics as the women in public life that she meant, or thinking more broadly about women workers in public life. And I chose the second. I chose to focus on women in the formal economy, if you will, for two reasons. One, because I like that area of work, but more importantly, because I thought that in terms of numbers, if I speak to this topic, it reflects the reality of more people than if I focus on the women in politics. I also thought that if we are thinking about mobilizing and strategizing about building our movement, this would allow me to speak to questions that I think we need to build our movement to be able to focus on. So for me, that gave me the two reasons why I should look at women in the public sector in terms of thinking about women in public life. I know that we have only about 45 minutes, and I want to leave room for discussion as well. So I'll be a bit quick about it, if the technology doesn't fail me. You see now. Where should I be pointing this thing to? Wafa. This is your contraption. Which direction should it be pointing? He's done it for me. He doesn't want to teach me how to fish. He's just brought the fish. So, I don't know if you know this. Our first woman who worked in Ghana's public sector, employed 1890, Elizabeth Ferguson, post office. So we've come a very long way. Oh, our Pauline van der Palen, are you a Ghanaian? I've answered the question. You're a wrong person to ask the question. I'm giving you a name. She was fancy. She worked in the post office in, I think it was Anomabo. It's either Anomabo or Elgin. I think it was Anomabo. Okay. So you had to take exams. So she took the exams, she passed, and she went on there, onto the post office. And it is because of Elizabeth Ferguson that I can stand here today as somebody who works at a university. So it's important that we acknowledge, even if it was in the post office at the time. By the time we hit 1930s, the percentage of women in our public sector has grown to 8%. Right now, we are hovering around 33%. So we've made progress. It depends on whether you're looking at the glass half empty or exactly. But more importantly, we need to think about where exactly women are located in the public sector. If you look there, you find that, so what basically happened is the workplace, the formal workplace, was for the colonial officers. The lower levels were for the Ghanaian men. When the colonial officers left, the Ghanaian men moved up, the Ghanaian women moved into the lower levels, right? So that's the last in principle. And we are stagnated at the lower levels of the ranks, if you think in terms of the hierarchies, right? And you find this everywhere. If you come to the universities, right, many of the women who teach at the universities have PhDs. They are lecturers, senior lecturers. Very few are associate professors. Even fewer are full professors, right? And the numbers are much higher for the men. If you are not associate or full professor, you can't take on certain administrative positions. That's how come then the decision-making will be heavily male-dominated, because the women are not as able to enter into those spaces as the men do. So in terms of thinking about where we are located, it's important, because it's not just that we work. We have to work and grow in our areas of work and be in positions as we mature at work where we can have a say in what happens in the spaces in which we find ourselves. And when we begin to look at that more closely, we find that we've got problems because our presence is not as huge or well felt as we need it to be. The other thing about this that is important, especially given the current economic crisis, is if you are at the lower level and somebody has to go, you are the one who will go. And in this country, we have the evidence for it already. In the 1980s, during the structural adjustment reforms, women made up 21% of the sector. By the time the reforms were over, 35% of those who had been sacked were the women. Okay, so we didn't get sacked in equal proportion to our presence in the space. More of us lost our jobs than the men did, because they used the last in, first out principle. They who came last are the ones who will go first. Okay? So we are back to Bataan now, right? As we are speaking, IMF is meeting whoever they are meeting. If time comes for some heads to roll, if we are located in these environments, but we are at the lower level, we are more likely to be the ones sacrificed. Right? So we need to think, yes, we need to be present in these spaces, but where will we be located in these spaces is an equally important conversation as well. Then, where's Bashira to? She's left. Another conversation that is important is how do we get our jobs and how do we get promoted? There are way too many stories about adding to the letter 3 kisses, 4 leg openings, and what have you. Right? And we need to begin to have that conversation about what kinds of unfriendly working environments we create for our young women. The other is what kinds of work conditions are we experiencing? So I've already talked about the sexual harassment issues. I want to focus a bit on what we call decent work conditions, which is what the International Labour Organization uses. So I'm using the International Labour Organization's standards for determining whether your job is considered a job that has decent work conditions. And it's a whole slew of them. I'm using data from the Ghana Statistical Service. They do a Ghana Living Standards survey every so often. So the most recent was in 2017-2018. That's when the data was collected. That should be GLSS 7. So I'm using the 2006, 2013, and then 2017, 2018. Okay, so I've taken, can you see? I myself cannot see. Okay, when I look behind me, it's better. I did this thing myself this morning. Okay, so here's what you need to pay attention to. The numbers are low for both men and women, right? This says how many workers in Ghana's formal economy get a written contract, not an oral contract. A contract that is written, that you can look at, you sign, your employer signs, and you can say, you said you will pay me monthly. I haven't received a salary for the last 3 months. For both men and women, the numbers are low. The numbers are slightly lower for women than it is for men, exception in 2017, the most recent one. This is basically the way it works for practically all of them. Trade unions. Can you join a trade union? Can you be unionized at your place of work? Low for both men and women. Lower for women than for men. Again, 2017. No, one back. Paid holidays. Low for both men and women. Slightly lower for women than for men up until 2017. Sick leave. Same thing. Sick leave 2017. Women. Very low. This is paid sick leave. Yes. What percentage get, so you are sick, right? And you take a leave because you are sick. Well, the economists are better at explaining that. It's been explained to me several times. Each time they explain, I understand. When they leave, I don't understand. They'll beat me up for saying this. But in 2006, they did not calculate the maternity-paternity leave. So we started that calculation in 2013. Here, women get more. Women are more likely to get a maternity leave than men are to get a paternity leave. But the way to think about this is that it's not just that you are likely to get it. If your husband is not likely to get it, it means the burden is on your head. Right? And in fact, early research on what the men do with their paternity leave is to organize the naming ceremony. When they finish that, then their job is done. So their job is, after you have the baby, then they will call all the different people and say, Akoshiawo, the date is, and then they'll buy the Coke and the Fanta. That's how they understand paternity leave. When you put the two together, because women are more likely to get the maternity leave than men, the numbers go up for us than for men. Social security. And I don't know if you know this, one of the things that has happened in the last 15 years is very high levels of what we call labor casualization, right? A situation where, you know, in our Labor Act of 2003, you are not supposed to work in the same place for more than 6 months without your job becoming permanent. So that's what the lawyers were thinking. The employers have outsmarted the lawyers. So here's what the employers do. You said I cannot employ her for more than 6 months, right? So I'll fire her and then rehire her. Then if I do that, I'm not violating the act because I did not employ you for more than 6 months. But what that means is you can work for 30 years, you would have 60 contracts every 6 months, right? you work at the exact same place for the 30 years, and you will not have anything to show for it at the end of it. When you are young, you think of it like half a loaf of bread is better than none. Right? But even me, who used to be young, I'm no longer young, because something does happen. Where next thing you know, time. Yes. Auntie Dorcas, can you imagine? I'm also old. Who was it was asking us to jump? Auntie Dorcas, we will not jump, those of us in the back. We don't do jumping, because we might not land. Right? But it's important that we keep that in mind, because basically people are working, they are getting up every morning, getting on their buses, going to work with their nice skirts, briefcase, whatever, coming back. She works. But when she hits 60, it's going to be a problem. Right? Unless she herself has figured out her own pension plan and really worked at ensuring that I'm not buying that in Toma, I am not buying that kente, I am putting it religiously towards a pension. This is a problem. Yeah. Medical care. Also a big one. In our environment, you just have to pray you don't get sick with anything beyond malaria. You know? It's very expensive. Are you sure Quartem is 100 cedis? I can guarantee you it's more.
I bought it yesterday, 116.
Okay, so if you are working and do not have access to medical care, it's a problem. It's a problem not just for you as the person who can be sick, but given our caregiving roles, it becomes a burden for you, because the person is sick, you don't have the resources, but you can't just leave them to die. So you have to figure out something, right? If you look at the statistics, so what I did here was I took each one of them. If you take the statistics together, my dear lady, this is what you find. It doesn't tally because in some years they don't provide the statistics. So in 2017, a number of the statistics were not available. That's why you have 7 for 2017. In 2013, you have 10. In 2006, they didn't have some of the statistics they had for. But here's what you notice if you look at it this way. In 2006 and 2013, women are on the receiving end of poorer conditions, right? When it flips, men are on the receiving end of it. One of the things that happened was the calculation of women in the formal economy. So actually, in the 2017 statistics, there are more women in Ghana's formal economy than there are men. It's the first time they've seen statistics for it. But it's about how they did the calculations. Right? They have an explanation for it. It makes, for those of us who study these things, there's always it's like those statistics don't follow the patterns before. And it's difficult to tell whether it's a reflection of changed circumstances or not. We need the statistics, and now that we are so broke, I don't know if we are going to collect this data, but we need the statistics moving forward to be able to see if this was a fluke or if there's something more important to talk about here. The final thing I want to raise is about our ILO conventions. You know, Ghana has ratified, I think, 55 of them. Whether we are actually adhering to what the conventions say is another level of the conversation to be had. So on one hand, we have to be thinking about what conventions should we be getting the government to ratify. 2, when we ratify those conventions, we need to make sure that it's not just signed and delivered, and that we act on it. And here's where our job as women who choose to be part of this movement is incredibly important. So we are having conversations here about movement building, about intergenerational support to build the movement and so on. And I'm suggesting to you that this is very important work, because no matter where you look, there's work to be done. Lots of work to be done, many things to consider. Ghana is in its 60-something year of existence. We need to leave a different kind of Ghana to our children. They cannot continue to live in the circumstances we find ourselves in. We have to do better for our daughters. We have to do better for our daughters yet to be born. They need to live in a different kind of Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that was exciting, eh? It was an eye-opener. I don't know if we have any comments or questions online. If there are any, we would take those ones. But if there are any questions in-house as well, or clarifications or comments, we will open the floor now. We have just 20 minutes. Yes? Where is the other? Let me get the. So I have anti-doctors. Any more?
Thank you, Akosia. I don't know whether you'll be able to answer the question, but something struck me looking at some of the figures that I noticed for both men and women as things go, you know, from 2006, I think, and then 2013, and then as it goes to 2017, the men's figures tended to drop and the women's tended. So I was wondering why that is so, because even if you look at the women's figure, even if they start off low in the first, you know, data that you have, it's sort of, there's always, it's like it's fluctuating, and it's for both the men and the women. So I was wondering what could have happened.
My economics is no good. It's something about the way the calculations were done. And honestly, I can't explain what they did. If you talk to the labor economists, as I'm telling you, when they explain it, it makes a lot of sense. And when they leave... But it's been... So what I do when I write about it now, my point is we need another data point. Because as it is, there's no... You know, a trend, when you do a trend analysis, you can't really talk about there's no trend, yes. It's difficult to talk about a trend. So as we get more data points, right, if they maintain the new formula they used for 2017, for the next one and the next one, then we will we'll see, okay, now so we'll use 2017 as our starting point, and then we'll begin to move forward and see what happens.
Okay, thank you. Any more? Okay, so you would be the next person.
Thank you, Akusia, for...
Why are you standing?
Me, my breath.
This is not... okay. I thought this was class 1.
No, Akusia, thank you for the presentation. And as you were speaking, I was sharing with my friends that now, if you look at the trend of employment that is taking place in Ghana here, the big companies that we thought that they could even help the economy by employing people are rather shifting the kind of employment into the peripheral. And that let's use something like Unilever company, which all of us sitting here think that Unilever is one of the biggest business entities. You go there, it's big, you see many people working there, but in terms of permanent workers, they may be about 9 people. The rest are outside. And that kind of employment is given to employment brokers, which the law, 2000, the law acknowledges employment agencies to work. But what kind of employment that they are giving to these people is something that we need to look like. And you go into the production line, which is one of their core work, and you go and see about 10 people on that line. One is a man. The rest of the 9, who are women, who we may think that they are working, are casuals. So nothing within the labor conditions affect them. And when you ask the company will say that everybody is doing it, so we are also doing it. So, yes, and so for now that the economy is changing into a different scenario, then automatically women can still get job, but it will never be decent. So maybe as women's movement, we can also look at that situation. We do know that in this country, the labor law is being reformed. There's 2003 is being reformed. And I do know, because I even have a, NetRight has some briefings on the Labor Act. But we can ask that where is it? After we presented this paper to the group who are dealing with it, what has happened to it? It has gone to sleep. And so as a movement, we should be interested, because if women are really working and working well, it doesn't matter even if they are working in the informal economy. Their conditions must be safe. And we need to move and ask or demand for it. Thank you very much.
I'll thank you very much for that. Let me add one point and highlight something she mentioned. These statistics I presented, mind you, are not of the majority of workers in Ghana. Okay? Because the majority of workers in Ghana work in the informal. That's another story for another day. Right? So this is supposed to be the better part of the story, technically. And this is the way it is, just so that you keep things in mind.
Okay, thank you. My name is Mabel, and I wanted to find out if you happen to find yourself in the working environment which you're an employee, then your boss fires you after every 3 months. What then should you do? And then another case where your boss doesn't pay you, what should you do?
Bashiratu, that question is for you.
They fire you every 3 months.
So if the contract ends, the contract has ended. That's the problem. But like Prof said, if you work for more than 6 months in the same organization, doing the same work, you are supposed to be permanent automatically. But what they do is that you don't get to the 6th month. You work for 5 months, 2 weeks, and then the contract is abrogated. Then they re-engage you. So they have no cause to say that you worked for 6 months in the same organization. Then the other issue is that I think there's some illegality that is going on. And the problem is how we tackle it. Because I don't have the money to take anybody to court. Honestly, for me, I would have taken people to court. The recruitment agencies that are recruiting, they are engaging in illegality. Because the convention that Ghana ratified with exception, when you take workers for a company, you don't keep those workers forever. You have finished your work. You take your money, you give them to the company, ended. And then the workers are now with the employers. But what they do in Ghana is that the company, the recruitment agency, becomes the owner of the workers. So they continue giving the workers out and taking the money and taking the salary and giving the workers the salary they want. So as a worker, you are in an organization where you don't know who your employer is. So when you even have any issues, you don't know who to talk to. So you are asking, where do I go? That you go to the HR. The HR tells you that you have to go to so-and-so agency to deal with the issue. And remember, we were in this country when an issue happened at Tigo. When they sent a memo, is it an internal circular that when you are pregnant, you have to resign? Something happened. And it was then that we all noticed that almost all the workers at Tigo were on contract. So they were on contract at the time. So at that time, and then Tigo came out to say that they didn't do it. It's the agencies. The other part to this is that if you go to the telecommunications and the banking sector, the agencies that recruit for them, they belong to them. Yes, I'm telling you this for a fact. The managers, the HR, whatever, the executive director, the MD, they own the recruitment agencies. So they are recruiting for themselves and taking the money. So they are stealing the wages of workers too. And we are not saying anything about it. You know, the part about the child care, Prof, is that I would personally love it if NetRight takes it up. If NetRight as an organization can be the one to drag government itself to court. Because how do you put providing child care facility in the constitution? And even Ministry of Gender, no child care. Government itself has no child care for anybody. So how do you, and it is difficult for us even encouraging employers to have child care facilities at the workplace. Because what they say is that even government of Ghana doesn't have. How do we have? Imagine having a very big one at the ministries there, where it's a public space where a lot of people can even access. But the gender ministry itself, it doesn't have. And if you look at how that ministry is, if you are pregnant and you are climbing their staircase, extremely unfriendly. And the staircase, the part I hate about it is that type when you are climbing and somebody is standing down. They see your skirts, they see your underwears, and we are not saying anything about it. You know, we are talking about harassment. So people can pick seats, sit down by the staircase. Anybody who is crossing, they will be having a free show. And this is, yes. You know, so these are, it is very difficult. You know, but we have to talk about them as we go on.
No. Okay. So let me pick this. You have the last.
Yeah, she ended on harassment, so I want to find out from Bash. Yes. Well, Prof is here, but she will call you, so you let me.
I'll call you. Ask me, then I'll direct you
Prof.
to Bash.
Prof, please, the ILL C-190. Will it ever see the light of day to protect women? The 190. Will it? Yes. Yes.
It will see, but so here's my thing.
In Ghana,
we will ask for ratification. Ghana is not. We don't have a ratification problem. It is the doing that is our problem. So your question shouldn't be when you ask me, will it see the light of day? As in, will we sign?
Will we sign? Yes.
Oh, we will sign.
When?
But your problem shouldn't be whether we will sign, because if we focus on will we sign, then we will get a victory that means nothing. What we want is, after we sign, will we do what is in there so that actually people's lives are improved? And the answer to that lies in looking at the other conventions and asking yourself, the things that we have already signed. So we have a lot of work to do. I mean, on the one hand, if we don't sign, we can't ask questions. We can't move from there. So it's necessary. There's this thing in, what is a necessary but not sufficient condition. So we need it, but we need more than just a ratification of a convention.
Which is still ongoing. And to the best of my knowledge, the draft that is out now, that the committee has worked on, has all those provisions in there. So we picked directly from what the convention says and then pushed it as proposals to the committee, and the committee has it. And that committee also has made a strong recommendation that because not everything can be put into that the Labor Act, Ghana should ratify the convention. Like you mentioned, it's a problem. After ratification, we don't domesticate. But what happens for trade unions is that even if conventions are not ratified, trade unions make sure that employers work with it, because we put it in the collective agreement that we have with private employers. Not all the government institutions negotiate with trade unions for their conditions of service. But for those who do, we push it there in the collective agreements to make sure that workers are adequately protected. So for instance, Ghana has not ratified 183 on maternity, extending maternity leave from 12 to 14. But some of the collective agreements that we have, workers are having 14 weeks maternity instead of 12. And we have gone as far as even putting in paternity leave in some of the collective agreements that we have at the workplaces too. So it also depends on us pushing beyond government level to even private employers. You know, Ghana employers say that they may not be able to do A, B, C, D, but some of their members are the ones we are working with, and they are doing it. So how do you make an excuse that they can't do it when they are already doing it with the trade unions at that level as well?
Okay, so thank you. So the numbers.
Fati, I've taken over your job.
So the numbers we are seeing are more of the formal sector. It's for the whole country. The whole country with this one. Okay.
Well, so it's statistics, yeah? They didn't go to every single, they sampled using random sampling.
Okay.
So they've done it right. This is Ghana Statistical Service. So it's a true reflection of the whole country.
Okay. So for me, I asked as a network, I asked myself, which one do we have much concern around? I'm asking this because we have seen, Bashira has just ended by talking around the harassment issue and access to certain facilities and all that, because I feel that we shouldn't come here next year again to be talking about statistics. We should be looking at our actions. So even if we can't do anything and we can advocate and call for something and a conversation comes up, I think that it should be. I just think that we shouldn't end with this presentation and act on. I am not asking we should start from the national level, because there are a lot of things that we would have to do. So that is what I am calling for, that we need to act from here. But which one do we really want to pick and move on?
Yes, that's a good, usually in spaces like this, is done on the final, then you can do a Sound Lodge declaration.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what they call them, right? So we can each think up, because it has to be done as a consensus building exercise. So this is something we can think on tonight, think over it. Which of these do you think we should? And then tomorrow, it gets...
Okay, I'll give maybe some 2 minutes for our online participants. Is there any comments from the online participants? Okay, no. So thank you, Prof. Akosia. Please, let's clap for her. And let's add the wow clap, okay? So... Okay, please, I still want more love letters. So remember we had the session on intergenerational, bridging the intergenerational gap, and then we've also had the presentation on gender equality in the public space. So if there is any passion that has been ignited in you, remember, you write it on the heart-shaped paper. If there is a skill that you have learned, you write it on the hand shape. And if there is any tool you think you can work with, you write it on the foot. Okay. Somebody is saying the hand is my hand. I don't know where I've left my my program. But yes, thank you. It's just that I really wanted mine because I have some notes in it. But it will still So, just a few thoughts for tomorrow. So, tomorrow we will have a discussion on looking at gender equality in public life based on the presentation that we just had. So tomorrow we will go into the sectors, and then we will have discussions on the actions as Hafsatu was suggesting. So how do we build upon what works well going forward, and then looking at how innovative should we be in terms of ensuring that we actually have more impact that has a ripple effect. And so as you go to bed today, these are some of the thoughts that you can start thinking about. The other thing has to do with, when we were having the discussions, I kept hearing things like, NetRight has to do this, NetRight has to do that, and then I keep asking, who is NetRight? Okay, so all of us seated here is NetRight, right? Because remember that NetRight is what? It's a network. Okay, and the issues, but then the Secretariat works more on economic justice. So currently the Secretariat is doing some work on financial inclusion. But that doesn't mean that the network doesn't create the platform for us to do work in all the other areas. And I'm hoping that even as we are having these discussions, membership drive, the question is, how many members have you brought to NetRight, to the Secretariat? Okay, because the Secretariat, we know, is a skeletal structure. I don't think the Secretariat is more than 4 or 5 people. Okay, and I think they are doing a yeoman's job. And so the question is that as members of NetRight, how many members are we bringing? The members we are bringing, are we looking at all the age categories? In our own regions, how are we facilitating these discussions? And I hope that tomorrow we will have more time to deliberate on the actions going forward. Secretariat, is there any other announcements for today? Okay, so yes, so we have a second snack. But I'd like to say that thank you all very much. Thanks so much for the cooperation. To our online participants, we are most grateful for staying on through the day. Please don't forget the love letters. We still want them. So kindly write your lessons or passions for today, and do share with us. I thought Patricia was coming to say something. Okay, so snack is served. Enjoy your snack. And those that are not being hosted here, safe drives, and see you, God willing, tomorrow at 8:30. So hope we will all be here at 8:30. Thank you. Oh, okay.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much. Please, in case you didn't register when you entered, kindly come to the seat at the back and then register on the sheet for us. Thank you very much.